No.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome to bonus content. I'm Alex. Nabashin's here. Hey,
Hi.
Nabashin. Welcome
Hello.
back.
Thank you.
Tony's here. Our
Hey.
guest Dustin is here.
Hi.
Don't worry, you'll get your full like dramatic intro. There'll be drums later. There won't really be drums.
All right. I mean,
we should get drums.
how about like a big gong after you say my name? Just
Yo,
Say my name.
gongs are expensive though.
They are.
Like
I think I saw one in a catalog once when my dad would get music catalogs or something. They were very expensive.
if you put two gongs together and then like put like a metal pole between them, would that be like cymbals for a giant?
Like a giant hi-hat, only with gongs.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't work.
They're like
You'd
the
probably
same,
die.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
The sound would be so heart shaking. It would make your chest explode. Dustin, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. Today's been a really nice day for me. Relaxing.
It was you know what? It was a nice day outside.
It was here on the east. At least, I don't know. We're pretty far apart, I guess 4 hours, but the weather was good here too. So
Yeah. I imagine it was good in Virginia as well, Namishin.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just snowing all day. It's like, yeah, it's fucked up. It's 2 hours south, and it just goes straight to shit.
70 degrees here.
Okay, that's good. It was 70 degrees here as well.
Yeah.
For
Well,
once.
right now it is 70 degrees.
Oh, yeah, well, I guess it's like 5 p.m. for you, Tony, so it's not too bad.
But yeah, well,
It's early evening. The sun is setting, and you know, daylight. We lost that hour during PAX. It was bullshit.
yeah, that was rough.
Phew, man. It was especially rough because, like, we had to stay up till 3 a.m. eating all that pizza. Was it pizza that we ate that night? Fuck, I don't remember.
I don't know if it's I'm not an old, I don't consider myself old at all at 23, but something about eating pizza late at night, I just can't do anymore without like waking up and feeling like absolute shit.
Just that acid reflux going.
Yeah.
You want to know something weird about me? When I was like 16 to 18 in that range, I would get acid reflux anytime I drank soda or ate pizza or something like that late. Now I don't get it at all.
I thought you meant like you get like literally like anytime I'm drinking water, then you get like acid
Anytime I'm
reflux.
water, anytime I am water.
anytime
some
I
odd
exist,
reason.
I have acid reflux.
Yeah. It's just chronic heartburn everywhere I go. No, that would be great though, knowing like some weakling like me, like, oh, this water's too acidic for me. It's literally as basic as it gets. But now, like, I could just eat pizza laying down at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll be fine.
Dang.
God knows I do it.
I had pizza today because I was thinking, I was like, you know what? Today's a good day. I got my car fixed Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm ordering pizza and then I'm going to be on Alex's show.
Yeah.
That's
Great
the part
day.
where it kind of goes down. You know,
Yeah, that's
the rest of
probably
the
the
day's just
low
fucking
point
gone.
overall.
Yeah, the show is the lowest point of the evening, but we just don't brag about it, and that way people keep thinking that this is like some quality product.
Oh, yeah.
Thing that you want to be there for.
Yeah, it's 3 hours long. It's the way I like to think of this show is like, you know, like if you go to like a cheeseburger.
We don't have those.
I know you don't have them on the West Coast,
But,
I'm sure there's equivalent.
I've certainly been there twice in 1 week to eat the 1 pound burger and gotten my face on the wall twice in that week.
Yeah, I know. It was a real rough week for all of America. But it's like you go to a cheeseburger. I don't know if you know what a cheeseburger is, Dustin.
It sounds very familiar. I know it's a chain. I've never been to one, though.
It's a chain, and it's got like that kind of 50s aesthetic.
Yeah.
The kind of classic diner, like kind of like a Johnny Rockets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But they have like all these absurdly disgusting burgers that are of varying weights and sizes. One of which is a 1 pound.
Looking back on it, it's not as bad now because like that's like become like a thing. Like people just like have food challenges now. But like years ago when we went to this, there weren't that many of those.
Yeah, like it was pre Man vs. Food, right?
Yeah.
Not when we went. We went like in the heat of Man vs. Food, but Cheeseburger is one of those places with the food challenge. It's so the way I like to think of our show is It's one of the cheeseburger 1 pound burger challenges where you look at it and when it's fresh, when it's starting, it's like great. It's delicious. The meat is cooked well, and by the end, you just want to be dead.
Yeah.
So,
None of that's wrong.
so what I'm saying is irrational passions equals any good food challenge.
Hmm.
But Nabashin, you're here. This is the week that we'd agreed to get you on in the midst of your celibacy, your yearly celibacy from irrational passions.
I have to cleanse myself for a while.
Yeah, you got to get away from like all this bullshit. So how's life for you going?
Everything's fine actually. There's no as far as my day-to-day life is pretty fine. Like everything's been actually really good as far as my day-to-day. Haven't really seen my friends in a while though, so I need to change that and make time for them because I've been working so much. But as far as like getting the time that I need to work and getting the amount of money I need, that's been turning out really good actually. Because I've been weirdly enough, I'm making a bunch of like store manager friends. So like I can go to your store, or like, oh, you don't have any openings that day, I can go to your store, so that's fine. So I can manage to make it work the way I wanted to. So that's been good for me. Internet wise, probably not the best. It's been like a little bit more depressing on there. Not as far as like the people I know, like people know it's fine are great, but it's more of like some of the outer outlets that's not like something like an EZA, but like this general like a general Kotaku or Polygon, just like general news from the video game industry is like been kind of depressing for me lately. So like I'm just like debating whether I should just like not do those anymore, because like I like having the open discussions and the free thinking, but sometimes it just seems a little it's almost like, because like I never read comments on like any videos or anything like that, but it seems like I'm getting comment sections almost in my video game articles, which is like weird for me. And that's just like a weird thing to get used to now. So
is there any like specific example that jumps out?
I don't really want to like call anybody out, but like it's just it's thoughts that bother me. And other than that, like everything else has been fine. Like Yu Yu Hakusho has 25th anniversary, and I was
hell
It's
yeah,
today, right?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Okay.
So I was thinking about going back into that. So like I
Holds up super well.
Oh yeah, and then like just like reminiscing about that, because like I went on YouTube, I listened to the intro again, like that intro's so fucking good.
So good.
Makes me like, maybe I should check out X Hunter because it's like the succession from that. That's what the creator of Yu Yu Hakusho moved on to do that, and I think that series is still going. So like maybe I should actually check that out, because I know my it's a weird thing to say, like my, I guess, step nephew, whatever.
Your nephew-in-law.
I guess you could say that. He's really into Hunter x Hunter. And I got him like a wall scroll and some DVDs for that on Christmas. And he was like super excited about it. He's super jazzed. That's how like the animation for it. I'm like, oh wow, I never actually took the time to look at this, and it looks actually really good. So I should like probably check it out one day. I say this, but it's probably not gonna happen. Like I really want to check out Iron Fist, but I haven't gotten around to doing that yet. I mean, not really for like that aspect of it, but like like I always want to give that shit stuff a try. But
it's worth a watch.
It's difficult.
I'll try to get around to it.
Yeah, it's difficult now that there's so much good stuff out that you really have to pick and choose. And if something's like in the middle, like it's kind of good and kind of bad, you almost have to be like, no time for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, 2017 is like the year of excess good, which it could be worse, right? It could always be worse. But I don't know. I think it is a challenge to find out like the things in the good that will be good, but also resonate with you. And like, especially like with TV for me, I've essentially stopped watching all TV.
Yeah, I'm 100% there.
Yeah, like stopped watching all the CW series, which I was like so into last season, but like between last season and now, like I just completely cut TV out of my life pretty much, because I'm like, oh, I'm working so much more, and I'm writing and working on so many new projects now, and I'm like been super lazy about those as is. So because of that, something had to give, and it was TV. So
Yeah.
but I'm not a lack for games to play and things to talk about or things to write about. So I've more than made up for it in that stuff. So I've kind of committed more time to playing games. So
something that is good though, that is new and that I got into bigly or greatly was the new Samurai Jack. I finally watched like the first 2 episodes of that. The 3rd episode's tonight, I believe.
Yes.
But yeah, real good. And like, and surprisingly, it's good for all the right reasons.
Okay.
Because it's like it's everything that you remember. It's everything as far as like, like the somewhat humor that Samurai Jack has while having like the tone that you want as far as like Jack is a samurai. This is a weird thing, and he's like really eccentric like characters that he has to fight against. Like they're just like crazy, insane, and kind of funny. But like also like especially in the 2nd episode, like it shows you like the maturity of like something that's been gone for like I guess almost 15 years. I can't remember how long it's been gone now, but like
a while, yeah.
Yeah, but like something that's been gone for so long, and like something that needs to grow up a little bit, and like it's doing that as well. So you're keeping what you want from the past, and also keeping what you kind of want something to grow to be, something that Mass Effect didn't do. So like it's been really good, like surprisingly good. Like the way the 2nd episode ended is like almost like perfect in the way it ended. Like just like this how it did it. So I can't wait to watch more of that.
That's really good to hear because like it's difficult to like. I think we see a lot of like of the nostalgia plays happening in the past few years, of course, but like this feels different in that like it's the same team like kind of picking up where they left off. But like that's also like a really difficult thing to do. Like you said, like however many 10, 15 years later. But yeah, I've heard great things. It's good to know that you like it as well. That whole like don't watch TV thing has been coming into effect with that. Do you know if it's like available to watch on any streaming services at all?
No. Like I'm watching it through other means, but like I don't know if there's like anything like maybe Hulu. I would imagine Hulu, but like I'm not subscribed to that. So
yeah, Adult Swim like streams a lot of their content online, and it is through that. So maybe I'll be able to find it somewhere.
But other than that, that's probably it for me, I would say.
Cool. Obviously there's context to you not being on the show for a few weeks. Just trying to fill in the gaps there for folks. I appreciate that, like, enough people at different stores that you can just like work any day that you want to work.
Yeah.
That's also kind of terrible at the same time, but I hope you have at least a day off to yourself every week.
Oh yeah, that's the time I've been using to play stuff like Mass Effect and Breath of the Wild and Nier Automata. This is like those are the games that have been keeping me busy.
Yeah. We have a lot to catch up on as far as games.
So. And that's why I haven't had free time for my friends because I've been doing that. So like my friend invited me to go see Power Rangers and like no, I don't really want to see that movie, even though I heard it's good. But this is not something that I'm really speaking to me right now that I want to see. And like I just don't have the time for it right now.
I have it on good authority that game or that movie is better than you might expect.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. Like I saw the reacts, I saw reviews for it, and I'm pretty sure it's all right. But it's kind of like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle thing. It's like it might be good, but like I don't really care. So like I don't really need that right now.
Yeah, I mean the big thing for me is I have never liked Power Rangers. When I was a kid, I didn't watch.
Yeah, that's the same with me. That's why I didn't go see it because it doesn't hit any of that for me.
Yeah, I mean, like I miss there's a clear dividing line where I miss like half of the kids shows that were super big though. Like, a lot of people would watch like the Pokemon WB Saturday morning stuff, which I would watch with my brothers. But then there was like that whole section that like watched Power Rangers or watched like traditional kid shows like Barney and stuff that I just didn't watch. I was just not exposed to. I bet I would have super dug Power Rangers too.
Power Rangers was really good. It like probably up to like the end of Zeo. I'm pretty sure you could talk to Joe about this as well. Like Power Rangers was really good. Pretty much until Turbo happened. Turbo was really like the real like downward slope of Power Rangers mostly.
Yeah, the first time I was like cognizant of Power Rangers was like Samurai, which was like less than 10 years ago. So, I don't know, Power Rangers Samurai. I don't even know what that means. What is this even? Cool. It's good. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Obviously, we miss you, but we got like a cool docket of guests lined up for the next like 2 months. Either people that I've like locked down a day with, or people that I want to get on. So
only person I would recommend, like if they come on, just let me know. Is like Amy or like Joey or something like that.
Yeah,
I will make time for them.
Yeah, Amy hasn't said anything. The only thing like Joe Ruffler.
Oh, fucking Joe! Yeah.
I'm gonna wait until we get you back on regularly to get him on. And then just see if I can clean up house on some of the Game of the Year folks that have not made it to the real show yet. Like Dustin, who he didn't even know me during the Game of the Year stuff then. So
Hell yeah.
Dustin was just love at first sight at PAX East. So.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Although
we had a good time.
I'd like to believe that Dustin, the first time you actually saw me physically in person was when I was pulled up on the Kind of Funny panel.
No, well, it's funny. That was the first time I saw you at PAX. That was the first time that I saw you and you knew who I was. But I definitely saw you at PSX.
Yeah.
At the Hilton, I believe.
It's funny because I met Andrew Street and Frankie Godoy at PAX East 2015, but I was fucking drunk.
Oh, nice.
I did not remember meeting them. So when they came on the Game of the Year content at the end of that year, I was like, hey, so, by the way, I was drunk. I don't remember. It was fine. It's fine.
That's maybe my one regret of PAX is that we drank a little bit on that last night, but I think it's because I stayed pretty cool because I didn't want to drink too much before flying the next day.
Yeah.
That sounds like hell.
No, we were supposed to go crazy Saturday night. It just didn't work out.
No, it didn't. Yeah.
But next year, or PSX, whatever, whenever.
Dude,
Kind of Funny Live
KFL. It's happening.
See, I have no commitments at Kind of Funny Live 3 unless Greg Miller texts me and says, hey, I'm going to pull you up on this one too. And I'm like, no, please don't.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be hammered the whole time.
Nice. Hell
Not as
yeah.
hammered as Danny Juarez is going to be, but so.
Well, fucking sneaking in booze again.
There wasn't even sneaking. They were just drinking excessively in the streets.
Fucking day drinking, man. Like, what the hell?
An entire bottle of Sailor Jerry between two people. And Jacob Bryant says he's up in it too.
Sounds similar to my life now. So.
Yeah. I mean, you live in Las Vegas. That's expected. In the middle, at like 11 a.m. in San Francisco on like a fucking Friday, it's a little excessive. I guess it was a Saturday, so it's a little bit more lenient.
It's excusable.
It's excusable. But yeah, people get drunk in that line, Dustin.
Okay.
They just drink.
What else are you gonna do? Wait in the fucking line?
You get drunk, and you get sunburned. That's what you do in that line.
So wait, the line to get into the event?
Yeah. Well, this is what we did last year.
Yeah.
The line was like wrapped around like 6 blocks.
Holy crap.
Maybe not. Maybe like 3 blocks. But it was long. And once writer for Irrational Passions, Jacob Bryant, and now I guess host of Irrational Passions, Danny Juarez, were like, hey, we're going to go to the liquor store, buy an entire bottle of Sailor Jerry, and then drink it in this line. and the key moment in that was when the two of them walked up to me with an empty bottle of Sailor Jerry, saying like, I think I'm sweating this out. And there's a video, if you I don't know if you're familiar with Christian Puente at Pixel Brave on Twitter.
Yeah.
He cuts these great videos. There's a video of like when we were let into the event. You can see Danny and Jacob running in together, like mouths open, like screaming on day one of Kind of Funny Live 2. So just know they were very drunk when that happened. So yeah, that's what I want to be. That's what I aspire to be.
Makes sense.
Just takes significantly less alcohol for me to get there. Dustin, how's your life going? How's life?
Real good. I launched a new show today for my YouTube channel.
Excuse me. Do you
very
want to fill
excited
me
about.
in? Catch me up?
Sure. It's called Coffee Cutscene, and in the video I talk about how I really don't know what the show's about. Like, I sort of know. Like, the goal is it to be a conversation about. I want it to be very conversational. It's as little edits as possible, and about the gaming industry or games or something. I kind of already did videos like this. I just didn't have a title for it, which was just like single subject short form videos. So now it's called Coffee Cutscene, and it comes out every Saturday.
Okay.
So yeah, kind of inspired by like Kyle Bosman's videos, the Bosman at Home, only less researched probably.
Yeah, probably.
But
or maybe not.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the one I did today was about Mass Effect and how people are just being really, really lame to each other in a lot of different ways, whether it's the woman on Twitter that got harassed, or whether it's people that are shitting on the reviewers because they don't like the score they gave it, or people that are endlessly, defending the game, or people that are saying how bad it is. It just across the spectrum, people haven't treated each other very well. And I think that's actually something that's been pretty prevalent so far this year overall in a lot of these different communities. So the goal, the emphasis of the video was like, hey, we're just playing games, be cool to each other. Like, we're just trying to have fun,
Yeah. I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, cool. I mean, I'm gonna have to have you say that again when we start the real podcast, but
No, that's fine.
that sounds
fine.
this sounds cool. I'm into it.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's good for me. Like, I will release a lot of videos and be in a good flow. And because I didn't have a schedule for them, I would like fall out of it. So I'm excited to have a like schedule. I'm trying to schedule as much as possible to force myself to do things.
Yeah.
Like our podcast has always been scheduled, and that's always been every Wednesday. But the YouTube content is a little bit more touch and go. So I'm excited that it's forcing me to do stuff.
Yeah. That's like that because we get a lot of the question consistently of like, how do you do it? Like, how do you podcast for so long? And like, when we started the show, the commitment was like, well, you got to set a date, set a time, and do it every week at that same time. Because that way, like, you can schedule your week around it. So like for 3.5 years, it was Friday at such and such time. And then like we like as a group decided to move it to Saturday, and it's been Saturday for however fucking many years at this point. And it's just like, yeah, just like pick a time, change your availability for wherever you work, schedule your week around this with the anticipation of doing this on the same time, the same day every week.
Yeah. And you have it a lot more difficult than I do because I'm just doing it with Brandon. So
yeah. To be fair, you are doing it with Brandon, though.
I am doing it with Brandon in a lot of different ways. So more ways than one.
I liked hearing the stories at PAX of like, here are the things that I had to cut out because Brandon said them.
Well, and what's interesting is that I told Brandon about our conversation because I was like, hey, I don't know. Like, they thought those things were totally fine. So
then I listened to the episode like after PAX, and I was like, you probably should have cut this shit that Brandon set out.
What did Brandon say in that one?
I remember it was something about like butts. There was butt stuff. It was about butt stuff.
I mean, nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah. Like
Yeah, you're right.
You're right, fam. You got this.
It wasn't like derogatory towards hating people that do that. I don't think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was with Brandon. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows with Brandon? Brandon. Yeah.
He's just got this weird thing, this weird prejudice against butt stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah.
He
really loves it. Who knows?
Who knows? It comes from a place of hate and love.
That's it. That's it.
It was good though. It was fine. I wanted to tweet him and just be like, so the stuff you said, huh?
Yeah.
Got through the filter.
See, I'm trying to remember that. I'm gonna have to go back and listen now because I don't remember any talk of butt stuff.
I see. I want to go and I just want to like I want to hear Brandon's stream of consciousness for like 30 minutes. because you told me some stuff and I'm like, I gotta hear this man talk.
Well, and that's the thing is like there's like 3 different versions of Brandon. There's like not recording, anything goes. And then there's Brandon when he's tired recording and Brandon when he's not tired recording, which you'll get a couple of different episodes like that. Sometimes very calm, which the tired isn't bad. It's more analytical and more reserved.
Mm-hmm.
But
and then there's the Brandon that you Snapchat me about.
Yes,
it's real good.
It's real good.
I was gonna say, speaking of like shows, I finally sat down and wrote in its entirety this week the first episode, what will be the first episode of Case Study that I finally decided to do. And that's like a show I've been working on for a while, and I'd fallen out of love with it in a lot of ways, and I essentially wrote a new format for it, and then I was like, I'm gonna write this episode around it, and I wrote it on Persona 4 Golden.
Hell
Persona
yeah!
4 in general, because I was like, I need something like that I feel really strongly about to like reinvigorate what I want to talk about, and Persona 4 is my favorite game, so I was like, this is it, and like I went to a place with that script it's about like 3,800 words. So it's the longest script I've ever written, except for this one I wrote about Destiny, but someday someone will hear that. But it like I was really surprised at like the direction I ended up going with it and how I felt about it in general. But hopefully, like I want to actually shoot and edit that in a reasonable amount of time, but games are coming out and things are happening, so we'll see.
Did you get weirdly emotional on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Like it went to like it goes to like a real place that I talk about a lot in like my writings, but not in my videos. And like when I was like reading it back, like it was difficult for me to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I looped back around to ultimately why this is my favorite game, and the reason for that is so like it's different for everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is part of that reason, but like it's also a difficult thing to talk about. But I think people are going to be really receptive to how honest that script is. So it goes to a dark place, but I think the overall message is really, really something I'm proud of. So, and I want to put that out, edited and complete, before Persona 5 comes out. So
just because I'm curious, did you maybe put in why you like this more than 3?
I didn't. It like what I decided ultimately to separate like Case Study as a way of discussing games was to like veer away from compare and contrasting it. So like I try and not lean on any of that as an example. I bring up
Dark Souls.
Breath of the No, yeah, it's just Dark. It's the Dark Souls of JRPG. No, I bring up Breath of the Wild in like a very brief capacity of saying like this like is a game that shouldn't have mass appeal, but weirdly does because of how well it's executed on. That's essentially my point. Because like I think Breath of the Wild is like has a lot of systems that should be off-putting to more players, but isn't because of the way that game is presented. And I think Persona 4 is the same way.
You know, Atlas says they have some announcements coming. Tomorrow actually.
Yeah, or like tonight in.
Oh yeah, I guess it would be
time.
tonight. That'd
it's
be
gonna drop
sweet.
In the middle of the show, I think.
Nice. Are we talking about that at all? Or
we should, depending on what the breaking news will be.
I have some hopes and dreams of what I would like that to be. So yeah, I'd love to talk about it.
It's cool because like they announced that the Persona team is working on just like a new IP again, which is cool. Which is what they did after Persona 4 with Catherine. So I'm really excited to see what those guys do.
So what do you think? Persona 6, maybe like 2025 or something?
It's weird. Like the length of time between Persona 4 and Persona 5 has like I'm just like I'm honestly happy Persona 5 even happened.
That's true. Yeah.
Because it's been 9 years, right? So, or 10 years in Japan.
Dang.
So, because Persona 4 came out on PS2 in Japan in 2007. So,
But it came out last year in Japan, right?
yeah. So I guess 9 years in Japan, 9 years for North America as well. That is not a little amount of time. It's not like they weren't doing anything for that time. Like they put out a game in that time, and they put out like the golden version and Persona 3 Portable as well. So that's that same team, but it's just like that's a lot of time. so maybe like PlayStation 6 launch title. Who knows at this point?
Yeah, if I had to guess, the next Persona game will be we'll have the spin-off titles, but
Yeah.
you would think now that with the popularity of 3, 4, 5 coming, that we're going to get a crossover game of some kind.
Yeah, I mean 3 and 4 did it.
Well, yeah,
multiple crossover games.
but I'm saying like a mainline, the real deal of a game.
Oh, like an actual canonical crossover game.
Yeah, which I guess they'd have to really change up the style. So maybe that's a totally dumb prediction, or I don't even know that's a prediction. It just would be cool.
I think so. I think that there's a way to do it. It's funny because like part of Persona 4 Arena feels a little forced, and part of it doesn't. Did you ever play Persona 3?
I have played like maybe a quarter of it, and then I watched 2 of the movies.
Okay.
So,
but like essentially the way the place where shadows are from in Persona 3, like the way that world is accessed is different than Persona 4.
Yeah.
And the way like your shadow or your personas are summoned in Persona 3 is different. And they kind of like combined the ideas in Persona 4 Arena, to be like, oh, we don't need the evokers like the guns to blast our personas out of our heads anymore because we like got better.
Yeah. Huh.
And it's like, and like the characters are older, but it's cool that they can share a universe. Like, I'd be curious. Like, I just wouldn't want it to be too forced.
Yeah.
But
Did you play Dancing?
Did
you play Dancing All Night?
I started Dancing All Night. I never finished it.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
didn't play the game for the story.
It's like, you know, Rise is my favorite character, and she's voiced by different voice actors.
Yes,
game,
dude, that bothered me so bad.
And she was good. She was like as good as
Aloy, because it's the same voice. Sorry.
Is it Ashley Birch?
Yes, it is.
Really? Okay.
Aloy.
She does a really good job. But like, she also does the voice of a character in Persona Q, and I kept thinking of that character. And like I was burnt out on Persona 4 spinoffs.
Yeah,
because like, you know, that main game is such a great standalone product that, you know, it doesn't necessarily need any amendments to the story, even though they're good, they're fun. I liked seeing like Persona 4 Arena for me, if anything, was like an epilogue to Persona 3. So because there are a lot of like very depressing and the end of Persona 3 is super depressing. So
yeah,
where it's like the end of Persona 4 is like super happy, like it's like such a feel good ending, especially like the epilogue. So like it was cool to kind of get that, hey, everybody grew up and like got closer, and they're all like more like friends now than they are kind of like reluctant allies like they were in Persona 3. So that was nice for me.
I think that's what I'm so excited for Persona 5. And I guess with all Persona games is that those character,
you get to build that up again, right?
Yeah, I get to meet all these new people. It's great, and how they interact.
Yeah, it's like real life. It's like I get to make new friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's for sure like the most exciting part about like any new, like going from 3 to 4. It was like, oh my god, I get to fall in love with all these people again. They're all new people again.
You know what's funny about that is that I played Danganronpa 1.
Okay, sorry.
No, don't worry. We're good. Danganronpa 1, I played that, and I, fell in love with that cast, and was like, oh, I love all
You're
these.
amongst friends.
Yeah. And so I played that, and like when I was getting close to the end, I was like fuck it. I bought the second one on Amazon, so it would be ready by the time I was
Nice.
done. And
It's
it was
a tough sell though, because that's like another 25 hours.
Oh yeah. Well, what's funny about Danganronpa is that I started playing it on my own on my Vita, and my wife Holly was like, "Oh, what are you playing there?" and started looking over my shoulder, and then we played the entire game together on a Vita. It was the best and worst thing ever.
Yeah.
So I also bought a Vita TV before the second game, which made it way better. But anyway, so it was interesting going from one set of characters and then like instantly having to learn a whole new set because I was like reluctant. I was like, yeah, but I really like the old characters. I don't know if I want to get to know all these new characters. And then I loved them too.
Yeah.
So
it's
no big deal.
Danganronpa 2 is cool as well because like people are alive for longer, so you have like more time to spend with like a larger group of characters by the end of that game. So,
did you watch the anime that came out?
I watched the Danganronpa 1 anime.
Okay, you should watch the new anime.
Everyone keeps saying because it is like connective tissue between 2 and 3.
Yeah, yeah. So it's good, and I think the story that it fills you in is really interesting. It doesn't hit the style quite right, and I don't know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
And definitely don't watch it in English because the English was really bad from the little bit I watched.
I like bad voice acting apparently, so
yes, you do.
Well, I like the English voices in the games, but when
Open your eyes, Link.
Oh man, don't even get me started about Breath of the Wild.
I like Zelda in that game. Whatever, man.
I booted it up in Japanese the other day just so I could hear it, and I wept a little bit because I wanted to play it in Japanese. So
I watched
bad.
like the Japanese trailers, and like the Zelda in Japanese seemed like a little extra to me though. Maybe it doesn't come across that game in context.
Yeah.
But that's like just a little over the top. The crying especially.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Sorry, you don't like to feel things, Alex.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, right? How dare you?
Heaven forbid me crying at the end of Breath of the Wild. Not because like any sad thing or like story beat happened, but just because it was over. So like,
oh, there's someone just drop a hat. There's Alex crying again.
Yeah, there's Alex guys fucking tearing up again.
Dude. So
like no, there. Have you done any of the divine beasts in Zelda Nabashin?
I did the elephant one.
Okay, so like Greg Miller and I talked about the elephant one, and he's like that scene at the end. He's like, I'm not gonna lie, I teared up, and I'm like, fucking finally, someone on my side. Like at the drop of the hat, I was like, yeah, all right. But what were you gonna say, Dustin?
Oh, I was saying. So I'm getting towards the end of the game. I'm entering the final area. We'll say. It's a spoiler. It's like you're gonna go to the castle.
It's
I'm
not
in
a
the
spoiler,
castle.
no. But
I'm
we
in the
should
castle.
save this for when we talk about it on the show properly.
All I'm gonna say, the vibes, perfect.
Oh, it's good vibes, right?
Oh man, it's so good in that castle. Okay, that's all I'll say.
Tony.
Hey,
we haven't talked about your week at all.
dude, I had a week.
Yeah, what's up, man?
So I did a lot of shit.
You got a
and,
Switch? You're
I
Switch
did.
bitch now.
Yeah,
Hell
we'll
yeah.
talk about how I ended up with a Switch because that's a story.
Did Danny's girlfriend hook you up?
No, it was Griffin's girlfriend.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't
yeah.
remember who.
I didn't know that was like a sick joke or something. Like, man, I'm sorry, I'm out of the loop, so I didn't know.
Griffin's girlfriend used to work. Well, technically, still works for another week and a half at GameStop.
Did she? Is her store one of the 150 that are closing?
No, she put in her 2 weeks because she works 6 days a week at her dad's Cuban restaurant, and then one of those 6 days she goes to GameStop for another shift after that, and she's not making enough for that many hours for it to be worth her time, basically. So she was like, "Fucking," she was like, "I'm out."
At least her store didn't close, and then they never bothered to fire her.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I mean, Alex O'Neill,
An Alex O'Neill story.
still an employee of GameStop.
I think I still am. Like, let's be realistic here.
Dude, put that on your resume, dude. GameStop employee 2012 to now.
To now, maybe.
So I got some I saw something on Twitter, like I guess it's a week ago now. What day is Saturday? Yeah, about a week ago, I saw something on Twitter that was an article. I don't remember what outlet posted it, but was saying that someone who works at GameStop had leaked that they're getting new shipments of the Switch that are not the bundle Switches next week, somewhere between Monday and Wednesday.
What's the price
So,
for those?
The bundles are
ridiculous.
like $450 and $4.99 and $5.99 or
Damn.
something.
Yeah.
And they
What came
include
in it?
one includes like a Pro Controller, Zelda, Bomberman, the Zelda strategy guide, and a bunch of like weird accessories. And the bigger bundle also includes Shovel Knight, one other game, and a 32 gigabyte SD card.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for this hot 32 gigs.
Yeah, so I didn't want those, but I did want to trade in like my Wii U and some stuff that I wasn't using anymore for the Switch to kind of like justify that purchase, because I wasn't going to play anything on it other than Zelda for like the next year. So I was basically locked into GameStop, but I had earlier that week like checked out like, hey, is there anywhere in Las Vegas that has a Switch? And there just wasn't. Like, the only store that said they had it online, I called them, waited for 45 minutes on the phone, then had the employee tell me, no, our website's just fucked up. It's not in stock. And that was like a local business. So I heard this, so I immediately started, I texted Allie, Griffin's girlfriend, to find out like, hey, do you have any information on this? Like, do you know when the GameStop that you work at is going to be getting them, anything like that? She said that she didn't, but she would talk to her manager about it. And the information that she got was that they get it somewhere between Monday and Wednesday, and that she can't. I also asked her like, hey, could you pull one aside for me? And she said she couldn't do that. So basically, she said, here's my store's number. Call them every day. The UPS guy gets there around 11:30. So starting Monday, I called them around 11:30 every day, and I was like, "Hey, do you guys get the Switches in today?" And they're like, "Nope." And I was like, "All right, see you tomorrow." And so on Wednesday,
it's just like Applebee's. You just said "see you tomorrow" at the end of every.
Yeah,
it's a deep cut. I'm sorry.
I haven't been in Applebee's recently, so I don't know.
It's Jason Sudeikis saying "see you tomorrow" at the end of every Applebee's commercial. It's fucked up, man.
It's like, hey, we're gonna air this commercial every day, so fuck you.
It's a veiled threat.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I called them finally on Wednesday. Instead of like just a regular employee, I'm put on the phone with, or the manager picks up the phone, Ryan. Which when I met him, by the way, he looks a lot like someone who would be named Alex. So every time I say his name, I have to differentiate him from the name Alex. It's weird.
Okay.
So anyway, I talked to Ryan, and Ryan's like, "Hey, we're probably, because it's Wednesday, right? So I figured they're getting them today." And he's like, we didn't get any today, but if you're calling in, you're going about it the wrong way, because people have been lining up for this thing since Tuesday." And I was like, "Oh, okay. When do I need to be there for this? And are you definitely getting it tomorrow?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm for sure getting them tomorrow. I don't know how many I'm getting, but I open the store at 10 o'clock. I'm like, cool. I guess I'll show up tomorrow morning. I got nothing to do. So Thursday morning comes along, and I get up at like 6:30, get in the shower, get ready to go out, grab coffee on at this really awesome coffee shop off the strip that Griffin introduced me to. Drive all, because this GameStop specifically, is on the other side of Vegas from where I live. Which that sounds like it's really far. It's like a 30-minute drive, like whatever. But everyone who lives here is like 30 minutes is the end of the fucking world. So I drive all the way across the town. I actually have to, like I said, drive through the strip and everything. And so I get there at like 8:30. I'm in the parking lot ready to go. So then when I get there, there's a couple people already in line. So I get out and I go stand in line. And I'm there for the store opens at 10. I'm in line 8:30. By the time the store opens at 10 o'clock, about 10:15, they unlock the door or whatever. There are like 15 people behind me in line.
Okay.
I'm fourth.
Behind you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fourth. There's like that many people. So 19 people. So we all go in, and then the manager guy is like, hey, so I'm actually only getting 4 switches today. So everyone behind the 4th person, see ya. So everyone leaves, and it sucks because like the guy who was 5th in line was one of the guys who had been lining up every day. I felt real bad for about 13 milliseconds. And then I was like, fuck you, I was there first. So then the 4 of us hang out in the store for a couple hours. Guy ends up shows up about 12:30. And then he gets in, and I'm like, I had already basically accepted that I was getting a blue and red Joy-Con because no one wants those. They're ugly as hell.
Literally everyone but you wants them.
They're gross. They're fucking gross.
I wish I had them so bad.
I mean, you can just buy them separate, can't you?
Yeah, but like
for $80.
It's so much work.
I mean, I wonder how bad Alex O'Neill really wants those.
I don't want it that bad. I bought a Pro controller. That's all the money I'm spending on this thing.
Yeah, word. So the 4 of us sitting there. In the meantime, he's like, "Hey, why don't I get to take care of all your guys' trade-ins while we wait?" Because it's just the 4 of us and him hanging out in the store, doing nothing in a GameStop
jerking each other off
Thursday morning. So anyway, yeah, we get to take care of all that stuff, and then I'm pulling out my Wii U, and I'm like, shit, I left the games at home that I was supposed to trade in, which are like my 2 Wii U games that I owned.
Yep.
Because it's impossible to play them now. So I traded in everything, and one of the reasons why I had to go to this GameStop is because one, the manager knew who I was because I was a friend of one of his employees, and 2, he was giving me the deals that GameStop stopped offering about 4 days ago at the time, which were like when you trade in a Wii U towards a Switch, you can get $100 in credit plus a $25 bonus if you are a Power of Rewards Pro member. I'm not. I gave him Griffin's phone number. And like also, if you trade in games towards Switch accessories and games, you get 150% trade credit. And if like I get that deal, it works out that my games are worth exactly like $61. So that's Zelda. So anyway, it gets to that point, and I'm like, hey, so I don't have the games with me. Am I still gonna be able to get this deal? He's like, yeah, technically you're not supposed to be able to get it, but since I did say it on the phone, if you come back with them today, then I'll take care of you. Anyway, I buy the Switch. It's like $92. Nice. And then I have to drive all the way back across town, pick up the console, drive all the way back across town again, pick up the game, then drive all the way home. So by the time I get home, it's like 2 p.m. I left at 6:45, and I have a Switch and Zelda. So since then, okay, here's where it gets kind of fucking crazy. Okay. The rest of that day happens. I play some Zelda. Next morning, Danny wakes me up and he's like, hey, because last night when he got home, he was trying to show me a video on YouTube. Danny's PS4 is not the best. And he's like, hey, that's
an understatement.
I'm just going to bite the bullet now. This is the next morning. I'm going to trade in my PS3 and PS4 and go and buy a PS4 Pro. Anyway, he pulls out like a shit ton of games and both of his consoles. And then he goes over to the local GameStop, which is like 5 minutes away, to do that. I get up after he leaves and get in the shower. I get a call when I'm in the shower. So I get out.
Do you answer it?
I do, but I let it go.
Very sexual.
Yeah. Well, I don't answer it from the shower. That call, it goes to my message box. I finish my shower because I'm not a fucking animal.
You finish in the shower. Okay.
While naked, I call him back. So here's where it gets sexual. And I'm like, hey, so what's up, dude? Usually you don't call me when I'm in the shower. Is this a special occasion? And he said, so
usually, you know.
So I'm at the GameStop, Danny Juarez says to me. And I'm trading in my consoles for a PlayStation Pro. And then just out of curiosity, I said, hey, do you guys have a Nintendo Switch? And then apparently the guy's like, yeah, let me just check on the computer and see if I have any. Oh, turns out I have one left. So
whoops.
Yeah, whoops. So Danny calls me. He's like, dude, what do I do? Do I get a Switch? Or because like if I don't have a PlayStation anymore, like how do I like watch YouTube and stuff on the TV in the living room and all that? And I'm like, well, what do you actually want? Like, what have you been like fiending for the past month, you know? And he's like, yeah, you're right. So he gets the Switch, but I have to go over there because he left one of his cables at the house. So I grab the cable, I drive over there, and
Shaking my damn head, Juarez.
he's getting the Switch. He ends up with all of his trade-in stuff only spending about the same amount as me, so we both got Switches and Zelda for less than $100. Turns out, like the Zelda Breath of the Wild amiibos that are apparently impossible to find, the GameStop also just happened to have one of each of those too. So we bought those, and he also bought 1-2 Switch.
You didn't get the Guardian one though. So.
No, because they didn't have the big one. Yeah,
yeah. That's the one that's still impossible to find.
Yeah. So anyway, now. Danny, me, and my roommate Brendan all have Switches.
Yeah, now you're milking cows.
So yeah, dude, and we played some 1-2 Switch. It was pretty rad. And I did some other stuff. I built 2 gaming PCs this week.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
Yeah, I actually all the parts came in for the computers that I had custom spec'd out for them, and I spent like 16 hours. Something like that, somewhere between 12 and 16 hours, making them like nice. Like you can throw all the parts in a computer and like just have it work in relatively little time,
cable
like
management,
2 or 3 hours. But if you want it to like, because they had like LED lights and like it was like really like fancy stuff, and so to get all that stuff done, Windows installed, everything, like all the drivers, everything working correctly, that process for 2 towers in one day was somewhere between 12 and 14 hours. I started at like 2 p.m. and ended at 4 in the morning. So yeah, that was fun. I actually did have a blast doing it. But yeah, it was neat. They were fun to look at for the 2 days that they were in this house and done. Because like Danny doesn't like the LEDs. He says they're way too fucking extra. But I mean, like if you're gonna spend that much on a computer, you might as well have it look cool.
Might as well get a little extra.
There's like a mode, like the LEDs go around, like the entire side panel of these computers is tempered glass, so you can see inside. And I have LED strips going around the corner, like around the sides of it. And so I have this program for it that controls the lights. The controller has this mode that it basically reacts to audio, your system's audio. So I put on I don't remember what I played, some music, and it like equalizes with the LEDs in the case. It's rad.
Nice.
It's super cool.
Since it was for Griffin, I'm sure he would like that as well. So
yeah, both of the computers had that functionality. So and then anyway, then Griffin took it home the other day and has since streamed 0 times from that computer and used it never.
Yeah, I was watching him stream Overwatch from
for a long time
4 last night.
Yeah. So I did all that, and then yesterday I drove down with Griffin to Boulder City, which is a small town like 30 minutes south of Las Vegas, because I might be moving there. Okay. So we'll see.
Trying to get fucked in there?
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I'll have my own room and stuff if I move there. So
I mean, you took Danny's room anyway, so
I mean, you know.
You just make him sleep in the living room.
I also would pay less per month and stuff, so there's all that.
It's pretty cheap in Las Vegas, though, right?
It is, yeah. But it's even cheaper if you're like right outside.
Yeah, as is always the case.
Mm-hmm.
I had a week.
Tell me about that week.
I mean, nothing really. It was a terrible week. I just had a lot of stress this week. A lot of emotions. You know, tensions are high for no reason. You know, I'm trying to think. Is there anything I did particularly this week? I've been like kind of sick all week. Like I feel like there's like a cough in my chest, but it hasn't manifested as like a fever or anything in particular. So like I've just been like kind of there, kind of not. Like like it kind of stings in my lungs right now, but like also not that bad. I don't know. Greg Blaney, friend of the show, once kind of host of the show. He came over. It was
all around
birthday.
cutie boy.
All around cutie boy. It was his birthday Thursday night.
Yeah, that was Thursday.
Yeah, so he came over.
It was Thursday.
It was
No.
For sure, Thursday is the 23rd. He came over. We streamed some Jackbox Party Pack 2.
I was there.
And that was a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone who showed up and hung out for that.
There's a lot of fuck me daddies happening there.
There was a lot of fuck me daddy happening there. And Trevor impersonated Danny Juarez the entire time, and none of us realized it.
I mean, I knew that he wasn't. I knew he was like out seeing Power Rangers because I talked to him about this later that night.
Played.
I was like, it's totally plausible that Danny would be in the movie theater also playing Jackbox and watching the stream.
Of course. But
turns out he wasn't, and he got a real kick out of the fact that someone was pretending to be him.
Yeah, that's good. It was funny. It was
now, Alex, were you playing the new one?
No, it's Party Pack 2.
The third one's on sale right now on PSN. It's like $8 or something. I was thinking about hitting that up.
Maybe I should get it. We play like I don't own it. Like typically, anytime I play it, somebody there already owns it.
Yeah.
And it's never on sale when people are over, of course. So it's always like, $25. Do I really want to spend that right now?
I mean, I own it, so you can always just sign into my account.
Yeah, exactly. There's always an alternative. But I didn't want to like boot anyone off at the time we were streaming, so we just played the Jackbox Party Pack 2 because it's the one I had downloaded.
I would suggest that like just go with the flow of it. Don't like actually own it and just like take it in the moment when it actually happens. Because then you'll appreciate it more.
Yeah, I mean like I've gotten my money's worth for Party Pack 2, but I probably haven't gotten my money's worth for Drawful 2 because I like that game, but it's a harder game to like sell to a room.
Yeah,
because it's more involved. But yeah, like Party Pack 3, I think would be the one to own of all of them, though. To be fair,
have you seen the T-shirt game on Party Pack 3?
Yeah,
I saw Nick Robinson was tweeting out some stuff from his stream, and the T-shirt one's really cool because I think you can actually buy any shirt
you can get it made.
Make. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, we played it during Extra Life. It was a fan favorite. All the games were fun during Extra Life. I think like we had a good time with all 5 of them in there. So Quiplash 2 is the big one. But yeah, we just played Quiplash on stream, and that was good for an impromptu stream. It was funny because like I was playing it, and we were like, "Hey, the Ethan and Greg were like, do you want to stream it and see if anyone wants to play with us?" I'm like, it's like midnight, no one wants to play with us. And Cameron tweeted at me when we were playing, like unprompted, saying like, "I see you playing Jackbox Party Pack. Why aren't you streaming it so I could play with you?" I was like, well, I guess like I can't even avoid it now. Like I have to stream it if I play it. But yeah, I just had a really rough week emotionally wise, but you're good. Joey Noel called me on the phone, cheered me up. Shout out to Joey Noel, being a good friend. But yeah, nothing in particular. We've been going for a while for bonus content, so we should get started. Do you guys have your recording software ready?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's available.
It's available. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick, and
I'm gonna grab a drink too, so I'll be back.
Some in, so I'll be right back, and then we'll get started.
I'm just gonna leave too. Sure, fuck it.
I guess I'm gonna leave for a minute.
All right. Feeling good?
Oh.
Ready? Shout out to everybody watching right now. I love you all. Justin Graffy is in the chat also. I haven't talked to Justin in so long. I miss you, buddy.
So, what are you drinking tonight, boys?
Let's see. I'm going to pop into the wine corner with Alex O'Neill. Kin and Country is what I'm drinking. It's a red wine. Let's get deep into this label. Home to some of the oldest vines. That's stupid. In the country. Lodi juxtaposes innovative winemaking techniques with a collaborative, spirited community. This lively, brambly red blend reflects the exciting yet down-to-earth side of California winemaking, thanks to aromas of red cherry, Rhine raspberry, and a hint of cloves and dried cranberry.
Just a hint.
Just a hint.
That's how I know Dustin and I were made for each other.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I'm drinking some cran raspberry LaCroix.
Oh, my boy!
The hipster drink of choice.
What is
Okay.
LaCroix?
It's sparkling water, dude.
Gross.
Yeah, and it's light, like the lightest amount of flavor that you could imagine.
It's basically like you're drinking seltzer that they pretended was flavored. It's like probably none of them are flavored, and it's all just a placebo effect.
It might be. They might just spray the outside with some perfume or something, so you get that like smell effect or something. But yeah, it's just like super. It's basically just seltzer water with a tiny bit of flavor. It's great. I love it.
So as for me, I am drinking Gumption Hard Cider
Oh,
Okay.
Original.
You're one of them cider boys.
Oh yeah, I fucking love it. Alex knows.
Mm-hmm.
I had a bad experience with cider, and I can't really drink it anymore. So
I've like graduated from just the same cider every time now to always getting
Not woodchuck every time.
whatever I haven't had before.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd never heard of this when I was at the grocery store last night buying alcohol.
Fucking so weird.
dang. Oh,
It's
Alex,
fucking weird.
so Maryland, you can't buy
No.
alcohol.
Yeah,
in a
You
grocery store?
cannot.
Not you can't hear either.
It's everything.
So,
Yeah, it's pretty much everything north of Maryland. So Pennsylvania falls in that. I think Jersey's in that, and New York's in that.
dude, it sucks.
Or New York, there's like a weird. They were talking about the Bombcast last week. Like, there's like a weird thing where it has to be like below some percentage.
Dude, was this by Giant Bomb or Beastcast?
Beastcast.
Dude, I would listen to that, and they were talking about the Edward 40 hands.
Yeah.
Dude,
So
I've never heard of that, and it sounded awesome. And
Me
they
and
were-
Danny and Brendan have all agreed to do film in 40s.
I would do a film in 40s.
Like we're not
I
gonna
would get drunk though.
we're just gonna watch like the Giant Bomb film in 40s and drink 40s.
I thought about it because I've still never seen any Fast and Furious past the first one. So
Oh really? You've never seen Tokyo Drift, aka best Fast and Furious movie?
I've never seen Tokyo Drift. I've never seen Fast 5.
Too Fast, Too Furious.
I've
That
never
movie
seen Too Fast.
sucks.
Damien Aguirre somewhere is like fucking so pissed at us.
but here's the thing: have you guys had malt liquor before?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Oh, dude, that stuff is trash.
yeah, but like
It's so bad.
it's the best kind of trash.
I like my friends who like live near me, like right up the street. They like have had enough like college parties with just like Natty Light. No, not like Natty Light, like Natty Daddies, like those big 24-ounce. I think it's Natural Light cans. That like I like anything tastes better than that to me. Anything.
Yeah.
So
Brandon, we had a party.
Colt 45's malt liquor. I can drink that.
Brandon had a Colt 45 after having like 2 or 3 beers. He drank about half of it, and I'm like, Brandon, come on, don't be a wimp, finish it. And he looked at me and very slowly just like nodded his head, like. And then I think he promptly fell asleep on the
He
couch.
very
'cause it killed
slowly
him.
like vomited up his
Yeah.
entire body out of his mouth.
The next day, he's like, I will never drink Colt 45 again. So-
Justin Graffia says, "Hey Alex, let's drink and watch Fast and Furious movies." I do that. I do that with you, Justin. Maybe we can watch it alongside the giant beasties. They had Austin Walker on the 5th one, and I love Austin.
yeah,
Walker.
I think Jeff was on the 4th one.
Yeah, no, Jeff was on Tokyo Drift.
I think that's the fourth one.
That's the,
The
third
third one.
It's the third one. Yeah.
The fourth
The-
one is Fast and the Furious.
The Fast and the Furious, yes.
Dang.
That's not confusing.
Yeah, right?
No, I mean, seems fine.
Too Fast, Too Furious is such a good name. You would want it to be the best one, though. And it's apparently the worst one, so.
I have a off-topic, quick Zelda question.
We're like deep into bonus content now. So,
It's,
I mean,
it's
I guess.
real quick.
Okay.
Do you ever expand your weapon inventory?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because good God, it's annoying.
You meet the greatest character in the game, and he helps you do this.
Okay.
You mean the Great Fairy?
No.
No,
I mean, I have met the Great
It's the
Fairy.
Game Grumps stuff. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched any of their.
I watched
the
it
Wild
today.
series.
It's pretty good.
Cameron Abbott is the character in Zelda that helps you expand your inventory.
Oh,
I don't
Oh.
know why. You've met him, Nabashin. I don't know why, but when I see that guy, I think of Cam every fucking time. It's kind of spot on, right?
I mean, sure. With the maracas, I guess.
Yeah. Oh god, it's so good. Let's start the real show. Everybody have your recording software ready?
No, you
Yeah,
said
yeah.
on hit record on 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to count down from 5 to 1,
Okay.
and on 1 you want to hit the record button.
Yes, sir.
So not on go, on 1. Acceptable? Do we agree?
We're good.
Okay.
Scott's not here to fuck it up, so I think we're gonna be all right.
Scott is not going to be joining us tonight, but
Oh.
we love him very much. On 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hooray!
We did it.
Boísimos.
I like how Justin's like, "Are you free?" He just texted me. He says, "Are you free next weekend or the following?" I'm like, "No, dude. I have to ask off work for like four weeks in advance." Come on, Justin. You're watching this live. You should know how this works. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on blast like that.
Blast him.
Totally did.
I buffalo blasted him. I did. I really did.
Don't do that to Justin.
I also like that Harold tweeted at me saying, "You do a podcast with John Anderson, you don't know what LaCroix is." That's very true. It seems like the hipster thing that John would know about. All right. God, like my throat kind of hurts. This inhaler has been sitting on 0 puffs left for like 6 weeks, but there's still clearly stuff in it.
No puffs.
No puffs to give. Look at all these puffs I don't give.
Kiss me, Puff Daddy.
All right.
All right. We ready? You emotionally prepared?
Never.
Never. Okay.
Never when you're involved. I mean, I'm
enough.
always all over the place.
Fair enough. It is Saturday, March 25th, 2017, and you are listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I'm your host, Alex O'Neill, and joining me this week, we have Tony Horvath.
Who?
That's you.
Oh, hi.
Brian Nabashin Jackson.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles, and by opposing in them, to die, to sleep no more. That's it.
That's it. The end.
That's it.
And joining us this week, friend of the show, friend of mine, an all-around wonderful man,
That's very nice.
Dustin Furman is here.
It's your boy. What's going on?
Shaboy.
What's up? Thanks for having
Dustin.
me.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on the show.
I'm very, very honored to be here. I am very thankful.
For
I'm
sure,
excited
not an
to be
honor.
here.
We could have swapped you
Yeah,
out for Greg Miller.
honored is a weird word to use.
Apparently, he was just
Yeah.
like, he was on standby.
I don't know who this Greg Miller guy is, but he's, he's not. It's not cool. He's trying to come in here. He's trying to take my spot. I don't appreciate it.
Okay.
So
fair enough.
I'm calling him out.
You both
Okay.
apparently have access to Persona 5, and I don't. So, like,
It's true. Yeah.
really, it's just my hurt. It's my hurt feelings that we're calling out right now. We are Scott Guthrie-less right now. He's moving in with his brother temporarily. We talked about it on the show a couple of weeks ago because like his house kitchen is being gutted to get rid of some bad leaking situations, and it was going to take longer than he thought. So he was going to try and come in late, but doesn't look like it. But Nabashin, you're here. In the what is called the Nabashin drought of 2017 for the months of March to May, where we are Nabashinless, because you're off saving money so you can fly to San Francisco and party with the kids. For people's reference, just to catch everybody up, if you're just tuning in now for the first time.
I happen to like a lot of people, and I like to party with them, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's you know what. I think we can find it in our hearts to forgive you because we are also part of those people that you will be partying with. So, and Dustin, you're here, and let's dig right into that. Kick things off. Dustin, for folks who might not know, God, I wouldn't know how they wouldn't know though. To be fair, where are you from on the internet? What are you up to? What are you making out there?
So I started I don't know, is it a group, a media company, a YouTube channel, a podcast? I started a thing called Handsome Phantom with my friend Brandon.
It's probably a YouTube channel. In my experience, everything is actually just a YouTube channel.
Yeah. So I started a thing called Handsome Phantom with my friend Brandon. We did a different podcast before that kind of fell apart. And then so we decided we want to just talk about games all the time. So that's what we decided to do with Handsome Phantom. And we have a weekly podcast. It's called Adventure Mode with Dustin and Brandon. And it comes out on Wednesday. And so you can check that out after you're done listening to this show. You can search that, download it, check it out. Mm-hmm. And then on YouTube, we have some different content. We have the video version as well. So if you want to look at our beautiful faces, you can check that out there. There's also an episode with Alex. So yeah, you were on our show as well. So you can listen to that one. I just launched a new show today that I'm very excited about. So you can check that on YouTube. It's called Coffee Cutscene. And it's about talking about games. So,
hey, let's talk about video games.
Yeah.
A phrase I think we are very familiar with here.
Yes.
I was on that show. It was a good time. I had a good time. I mean,
it's interesting. We've been doing the show for probably getting close to 2 years now. And so I've been podcasting for 3, but I still don't necessarily feel like I'm very good at it. But it's been interesting doing it. I love it.
You came on the wrong show. I'll tell you what. This is not the test your strength situation where you find out if you're good at all. But no, I'll say this about Adventure Mode, which I had a great time on. If you can go check out that episode, audio quality on point.
Thank you.
Sounds better than this shit show. So. I'll take that as you will. But,
you're like, but it's real boring to listen to, but audio quality, amazing.
It's got segments, I guess. I don't know, you guess review scores.
Yeah, so
you have fun stuff on that show that you didn't let me do any of, so.
Yeah, well, next time. We'll have you on for that for next time. But we do a segment called Name That Review Score where we guess on review scores and talk about scores and usually end up making fun of them just because scoring is a very flawed thing that unfortunately is necessary. So we try to have some fun with it. But yeah, Name That Review Score. We had a hell of a time the past couple of weeks scoring all these games like Zelda and which did very well, and then games like Mass Effect, which did not do as well. So
yeah,
lots of fun.
What was the guess for the Zelda review score? What were your guesses?
Oh man, it was surprisingly, we guessed really low. Well, not really low. Like we guessed, I think I guessed like a 91 or 2, which still was, in this landscape, and it's really high. We don't see a lot of games that score above 90 overall anymore. And so when it came out at that 97 or whatever, it was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like this is something meteoric is happening. Yeah. And it's true. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, like Skyward Sword, which was reviewed well, I think that was a 93, I think, at the end of the day, or 91, in that range. So, and that was a mistake.
Yeah.
But we were all part of it. We were all implicit in that mistake, myself included, 10 out of 10, IrrationalPassage.com. So, we all got to live up with something. But, go check out Adventure Mode. I recommend it. And Dustin, thank you for coming on. I think we're gonna have a good time.
Oh, I think so too. I'm very excited.
We got some video games to talk about.
Hell yeah.
It is a week for video games because we got Nabishin here. We got to do some makeup with you, Nabishin. Catch up on some games you've been playing. Obviously, Mass Effect came out this week, and Tony and I have been waiting in bated breath to hear for the. I don't know about you, Tony, but I have been like eagerly anticipating this conversation.
Hell yeah, dude.
Because like this is like I didn't think I would be in a position where I would like not buy Mass Effect Andromeda on day one. And obviously we have a lot to talk about in regards to that, but you know, that's where we are, where I was like, I'm gonna actually wait and see what Nambishin thinks about this. No pressure. But like then, you know, it maybe doesn't make as much financial sense for me to just go out and buy stuff right now. But yeah, I'm really excited to hear what you have to say about it, good and bad. And we got some other games to kind of wrap up on and news and other things. So let's get right into the show. We'll kick things off with a little bit of housekeeping. If you're not familiar, hey, welcome to Irrational Passions Podcast. It's a video game podcast. If you've ever listened to one of those, this is kind of like that, where we talk about the games we've been playing. Sometimes we talk about news, and then we take questions that 9 out of 10 times have nothing to do with video games. So we'll kind of get into that in a little bit. If you're not familiar as well, IrrationalPassions.com is the home of everything Irrational Passions, including a bunch of PAX stuff that is still rolling out, trickling out slower and slower as we get further and further from PAX. But a few things went up this week that I do want to highlight. I think I talked about it last week, but Logan Wilkinson had a great preview of Ultimate Chicken Horse, his first exposure to that game in a more final form than when Scott, Tony, Nabishin, and I played it at Extra Life 2016, 2015?
It was 2015.
Yeah. That's a fun game, and Logan liked it quite a bit.
And I did not play that, by the way.
Oh, you didn't play that? Were you asleep at that point?
No, I wasn't there.
Were you not at 2015?
No.
I just got real sad all of a sudden. You were at the one that mattered, 2016. So, man, that was fun. Jarrett Green and I played Divinity Original Sin 2 together, and we did some dumb stuff in that game.
I don't know how you play that game. I played it too, and I was like, "Holy shit, it's deep."
It's hard. Like I'll say this because I played the first Divinity Original Sin. I also played it with a friend, and as the game is dense, right? It is, you know, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of systems that it just kind of front loads you with pretty quickly. And Original Sin 2 is just like that times 10, which is substantial. I've never been so intimidated by a game I've played. Just immediately, I think. Even like open world games where it's like, oh, there's so much sprawling in front of me. There's so many collectibles and stuff. Like Divinity is dense in a way that like other games aren't. In that it's like there's so many systems. There's so many deep conversations. Like immediately, there's so many abilities and classes and spells and ways to play that game and approaches to situations that like are so like apparent, like right off the bat. The game, you know, models itself a lot after Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop gaming. But Jarrett wrote a preview on it, just kind of talking about it. We had a good time. We played co-op together. We did record footage together at their booth, but the footage we never really got a hold of, unfortunately. So we were going to do a video preview, but looks like we are not in the end. And Jarrett also had a preview of Riot Civil Unrest. It's a very interesting asymmetrical game where you play as either the riot police trying to quell a riot or protesters trying to protest without causing a riot. So depending on which side kind of affects where you end in that. And I think there's like a competitive multiplayer aspect to it as well. I'm not 100% positive, but Jarrett has a preview up on it discussing it. It's heavy. It's a heavy-handed game. It's heavy topics listed in that game, and all of the protests in that game are actual real-life protests taken from history. A lot of it being recent history. And if you know anything about recent history, you know there's been a lot of protests lately. So It caught my eye, and it caught Jared's as well. But I think that's just about it as far as stuff going up on irrationalpassions.com. You should check it out. There will hopefully be more things coming from Tony and Danny.
I'm not gonna lie. There would have been things for me, but Zelda has kind of just derailed that.
It does that.
Yeah.
It's that game demands your attention in a way that few other games don't. But there's stuff coming, more stuff, and I'm working on other things that will hopefully be up soon. I don't want to lock in a specific date and time yet, but be excited. That's it for housekeeping. How about we talk about video games? I don't know where to start here. We could start with Mass Effect. We could start with Dustin just in general, or we could start. I do kind of want to hear where everyone but me is at with Zelda, because I've talked about that game plenty by myself for the last couple of weeks. I mean, Logan Moore was on a couple weeks ago to talk about it, but he had not played as much as me, and then it was just me playing it last week, and Scott had not played that much either. So,
Scott got the game?
Yeah, he was playing it on his brother's Switch.
Okay, cool.
So, Scott is funny. He controversial statement, I guess. Last week, he described the game as very slow, as like one of the slowest starting Zelda games he had played. And that statement definitely got some feedback from people who listened. I'll say that a lot of people defiantly disagreed with that in the YouTube comments. Nate Johnston just fucking DMing me saying like, I don't know what the fuck Scott's talking about. And I disagreed last week. And he challenged me by saying that maybe I'm just okay with how slow it is, but I don't know. I like more just in specific.
Is he okay with how slow the other games are? Sorry, I don't want you speaking for him. So.
No, I don't know. It's been a while since we talked about Skyward Sword, but that is like just so obviously the slowest Zelda game ever made, in my opinion.
Well, not Twilight Princess.
Twilight Princess, like people say Twilight Princess starts slower than Skyward Sword, but I don't know, having played them both recently back to back,
you would probably know that. Yeah.
I still think Skyward Sword is like, it's more heavy-handed than Twilight Princess is, let's say. It stops you way more to remind you that you should take frequent breaks. So it's a different thing. But Dustin, Nabashin, and Tony, I just want to kind of hear where you guys are all at with Zelda. Dustin, it sounds like you've probably played the most.
Yeah, I'm able to beat it at pretty much any point now. Well, let me take that back. You can obviously beat it at any point pretty much while you're playing it, but I'm ready to go, we'll say.
You've completed all of the tasks.
The squad is lit. We're ready to
okay.
to take the castle. So
you're ready to light up, fam. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that fam.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know what you've already said about it. I mean,
it's a very good video game. How about that? I've said that much.
I don't know what to say that hasn't already been said other than it is like amazing. And
how about a specific tweet that you sent out? I think like last week.
Oh, is it when I said that the game changed from it used to be a 10 out of 10 until this sneaking mission?
Yes. Zelda was a 10 out of 10 until this stealth mission, angry emoji.
So what's funny is that mission specifically, Kotaku wrote an article about it, how it's the worst mission in Zelda. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't
ruin the whole game. Took a whole point off.
No, it didn't ruin. I'd love to elaborate more about it, but I don't know how spoiler. I mean, is it spoilery?
It is a mission, and it's like it's a thing that I know folks here probably haven't seen yet. Nabashin might have seen it. Obviously, I haven't talked to Nabashin in years, so I don't even know if he played the game. But
I don't even know if he's even alive.
Pretty much, he texts me every week, and I don't know.
I'll just say the mechanics. Then you're following somebody, and it takes a very long time.
Yes,
and then while you're following them, they will just turn around and start running at you unexpectedly.
It happens specifically once in this thing. Where the person you're following is like, oh, I saw something, and then like turns around to run back at you, and you're like, I didn't expect this, and then he sees you, and then you have to start the whole thing over again.
Well, and I think my situation was worse than normal because I had that happen and I got caught a couple times. And like I said, this is more lengthy than you would like.
Yes.
And then eventually I was doing really well, and I'm pretty sure I got attacked by a wolf during the process.
Yep.
And I got caught. Does that happen? Did that happen to you too?
That didn't specifically happen to me, but a wolf does jump out at some point.
Okay. Yeah. So I didn't know if that was a scripted thing or not. And I was like, fuck it. I just left. I went back and I finished it later, but it's not a good mission.
The worst part about that mission is at some point after what feels like an eternity, the person you're following says, "I'm halfway there," and you're like, "No, it's been so long."
Yeah, exactly.
And then immediately I failed the mission. I mean, like that. It took me a few tries. I actually talked about it with my brother as well, like specifically. And it was like, yeah, this has like probably been the low point in a series of pretty incredible highs.
Yeah.
I just appreciated that tweet out of context, and I didn't know what stealth mission you were talking about.
Yeah. So the one unique perspective that I do have is right now my wife is playing it as well, and she plays games like she's played all of Pikmin 3. She plays Animal Crossing, but she's definitely more on the casual side of games in general. But it's been interesting to watch her play it and how the game design is just so good that it doesn't matter if you're a gamer or, for years, or if this is just something you're just trying and picking up, because she loves it. Like, and it's not like I'm watching her play, and it's not like I'm watching someone who's doesn't play games or someone who's bad at games. It's amazing how it just works and it clicks for everybody.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to hear my mom playing this game. And
she is
loving it.
Nice, that's sweet.
Did she get a Switch?
So her and my brother, who lives with her, my other brother, they both went in for a Switch.
Okay, cool.
So, I haven't checked in with her recently because my brother Brady, who lives in Florida with my mom, he finished it. So he at that point handed it off to her to just kind of play. And they were trading back and forth, and she was like upset for a while because she's like, he keeps hogging the Switch, and I just want to play Zelda. I'm like, I understand. But it's because a lot of people have been discussing it, like the game is very hard. It's more challenging as a Zelda game because I think there is more there's a bigger gray areas for the difficulty, because you can go to one of the harder sections of the map right off the bat, or easier sections, up to you. And there's a base level of kind of punishing you for making mistakes, which is not traditional to recent Zelda games. But Zelda is a huge thing for my mom. She's loved all the handheld ones. I talked about the first time I ever played Ocarina of Time, I played it with her. That's one of her favorite games ever. And she'd she played through all of Uncharted 4 by herself. So I wasn't necessarily worried, but I didn't know how the lack of direction would jive with her. And the absolute best thing is that the game encourages creative problem solving, and she's not as good with the combat. So she has been solving combat more of throwing bombs and pushing boulders and engaging with those non-traditional ways to solve fights more, because the game is so open to that. And that's just been so cool to hear about. But yeah, she said she really loved it. Last I checked in with her, she had just gotten off the Great Plateau when I had talked to her. This was a couple weeks ago. So I don't know where she's at with it, but I'd love to hear her.
Yeah, Holly, I mean, she's in the other room playing it right now. And it isn't, you were saying how your brother and your mom have to divide time up properly between the Switch, and that's definitely been the case in this household as well. So,
are you thinking of investing into another Switch just because this is going to be that kind of problem with that game?
No, I mean, especially now that I have other games available to me, it's definitely not going to be a problem.
We get it, all right?
And we've never fought about it or had an actual conflict about who gets the Switch or not. I'm pretty good. she works more than I do. She's a music teacher, so she'll go and like teach lessons for an hour. So I'll play Zelda then, and then when she gets back, I'm like, hey, I just played. So it hasn't been bad. I wouldn't be against getting another Switch, but honestly, I think once Zelda is over, we'll be fine.
That's
the
like
next
the big
time,
time sink, right? So
yeah, the next time we'll have problems is when Animal Crossing comes out. Yeah. So maybe then we'll look into it.
Sure.
That'll be the breaking point. Tony, you started playing it this week. You talked about
I
in bonus
did.
content,
Yeah.
getting a Switch this week and getting Zelda with it. What do you think? Just give me your first impressions. How do you feel?
How's the Switch for you too? Also,
Yeah.
I think Zelda plays very well on the Switch.
Okay.
I mean, I've had it for now 2 days, right? But I like, and in those 2 days, I have played every way that you're supposed to play the Switch except for the kickstand way. So I guess
Tabletop
2
mode.
ways.
Okay.
Yeah. And Zelda specifically, like, there are times when I want to put it on my TV and play. There are times when I just want to play it like I would a 3DS. I was in a car for 30 minutes each way yesterday, and I was playing Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
There's times like this morning I woke up and I was like, hey, I want to play some Zelda right now. So I picked up the Switch, sat up in bed, and hung out for like an hour and played Zelda.
Yeah.
That being able to do that is really nice in a Zelda game, because like the way I've always approached Zelda games is like just kind of like, I'm going to play this and I'm going to play it in a way that is convenient for me. So like when in Skyward Sword, like having to be able to, like use the motion controls to swing the sword and always have to be in front of a TV to play is always, has been not as great. But yeah, I like being able to do whatever I want with it. And I think that it looks really nice in handheld mode on the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
I have some problems with it on the TV, but
specifically like the frame rate, right?
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah. But otherwise, it's been good. The actual game is pretty good. I got some ball and armor.
Mm-hmm.
So
armor that makes you sneakier.
Yeah. I've basically revealed the entire bottom half of the map now.
Okay.
At least everything under like the area where you start.
Okay.
So yeah, but I actually like the one like takeaway from like my first like I don't know, I'm like maybe 6 hours in or whatever. Is like some of the shrines are hard to find.
Yeah.
Like I'll climb a tower and be like, where the fuck are the shrines? I'll maybe see like half of one.
Yeah, I mean, like they have like really clever ways of kind of helping you with that later on. So,
yeah, I most recently cleared a shrine closer to like the center of everything.
Yeah,
and I previously like my best weapon was like one sword that had a 20 for its power, and now I have like 4 swords that have like 50, and I'm like, what do I do with these? Just keep all of them?
You use them until they break.
And then I'm real sad that I have Bokoblin cubs again.
Hell yeah.
So,
hey, man, don't knock the Bokoblin club.
Tree branch. That's my weapon of choice.
Tree branch. It hits twice. Tell you what. Hits hard for that 1 damage.
Yeah, dude.
Like, have you been like following the mission objective that the game
so where I am right now, there is a set of locations that you're supposed to go to.
Yep.
I talked to the guy who gives you a hint at the first one you're supposed to go to, but I totally forgot what he said, so I have no idea what I'm supposed to do.
I'm sure you can probably find that guy again. Track him down.
Yeah.
Cool. But do you like it? You having a good time?
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. Namisha, what about you? I appreciate us keeping this succinct too. This is good. So where are you at with it? Because we haven't talked to you about the Switch at all, or Zelda at all. So.
Yeah, I'm really liking it. It's like what I was texting to you or tweeting you or whatever. Like, I just find it so interesting that like instead of like with usual Zelda games that I'm used to, that where like pretty much all your puzzles and everything is like just dedicated to those dungeons, and everything else is just like the in between to get to those certain section. And pretty much like the whole entire world is just a puzzle itself, and just like almost every step that you take, it's like you can find something new that you can solve in your own way. And even might even be some secrets in it if you just look hard enough, or even like just take the time to figure it out.
Yeah.
Which I think is like super interesting and like really unique for and you could tell like it's something that like that's why it got delayed so long, and that's why like Nintendo took their time with that game more than like I mean obviously Zelda games get delayed like all the time, but like this one it felt like it was something special. Like even more special than before we even knew like how special it actually was. And then like when it actually came out, like everyone could see and appreciate that for what it is. And I think that's a really great thing.
Do you listen to Waypoint Radio at all?
I do most of the time. I've been off of it in the last couple of weeks. So.
Okay. Patrick Klepek and Austin Walker on a recent episode, I think it was either last Friday or this past Monday's episode, talked about like one of the things that they did in Zelda was like every time they had like a big breakthrough in like the design philosophies of Zelda, like they didn't like say something specific, and I guess this might be related to like the making of videos that they're doing for that game right now. Like the whole team would take a week off to just play the entire game, like play the game in full, and like just write notes about either ideas or problems or things that they would discover. And like they talked about this in reference to something like Andromeda, which like apparently, you know, again, speaking as someone who has not played it, but this is just quoting or paraphrasing what they said, has a feeling of like incongruity to like the different parts of it. So like it felt like no one at any point stopped and like played the game continuously, just to see how all those parts fit together. And it's something that like money and time merited for Zelda, and obviously went a very, very long way for how that game just feels like one continuous idea, of like thousands and thousands of other intricate ideas intertwined. I thought that was really interesting. So that I think that also lends itself to that idea of like just discovering something new every few seconds, few minutes, throughout that whole game. Where are you at in Zelda, Nobshin?
Is that a weird question to ask?
How much have you I guess it's very ambiguous, like it doesn't strictly need to be one thing. We talked about a little bit in bonus content that you had done like essentially one of the things in the game. How many towers have you done? How about that?
Maybe like 5 of them.
Okay, I think there are 15 total, so okay. Just for my thoughts on the game, unless you have anything else you want to add, Nobshin.
There's nothing else I can really say about it that hasn't already been said. It doesn't feel like it's like the joke with me, which is actually a true type of thing. Like I've never beat Zelda games. I still feel like about this in a big way, but like it still feels like so evergreen that like it always seems like something I can always go back to without like quote unquote the anxiety of like trying to go back to something like a Skyward Sword, and it's like, how do I play this game? Where do I go to in this one? I mean, I still had like the whole controller fucking issue as far as like oh, this is the way to jump or something like that, or anything like that. But like other than that, like it's like just jumping back into it is not really that big of an issue. Like if there's like any complaints I have for that game, there's like just like 3 like minor ones. It's like the weapon dexterity or
durability.
It's just durability. Sorry, the weapon durability is just like it's fine, and like I can get used to it. It's just an annoyance, really. That's all it really is. And like in the inventory too. Obviously you can make that bigger, but like, you know, it's still just like a thing that I have to deal with. And I just don't think the voice acting is all that great, but that's all just like little like nitpicks, and otherwise a really great game, I feel.
Okay. For my thoughts, I finished it last night, or this morning. I guess it was 3:45 in the morning today. Which was weird. I think total I was like at you don't have a specific hour time. Like the Switch will track roughly how much time you've put into a thing, but it's like off by like 10 to 20 hours typically. So I don't know for sure how much I've played, but I think it's like roughly about 105 to 110 hours by the time I'd hit credits on the game. And I had done most of what I wanted to do. If we want to break the game into the 15 sections of the map that you can unlock, there were maybe 3 sections that I didn't comb over quite as thoroughly as all the other sections. So, because those were essentially the last 3 I did, or it was like the last 2 I did, and then like Central Hyrule, which I did not spend as much time in as I wanted to. But it was funny because like I felt, and Scott talked about it last week, and I actually ended up cutting out a little bit of what Scott said last week just because like it was spoiler adjacent, and I didn't want to like have that drop on anybody. But it was about like going back to the game after having finished the story. It was in relation to that. That's all I'll say. But I felt like I'm gonna do all the things I want to do. Like before I finish the game, and then I will finish the game, and I will try and like maybe walk away from it there. So I finished the game, and I'm just crying by myself here, like where I'm sitting right now, just because like it was like it wasn't. And I tweeted about it, like there wasn't any specific story beat or anything that was like emotional or whatever. Though I thought like the end of the story was very good. It was just like the fact that like I had gone on such like a really really memorable adventure, like one that like is difficult to describe. It reminded me, it brought me back to a lot of the feelings I felt when I first finished Persona 4 Golden for the first time. In that like I was like so attached to the world in a way that I've never been before. But so I was just all emotional, and then like the credits roll, and then it like goes back to the title screen. And then I just played like another hour and a half of Zelda. Like I just hopped back in, loaded up the save, and then like went and did like 2 shrines. And I was like, "Fuck, I gotta stop playing this game." So I was like surprised at how like easy it was to just jump right back into it after having finished it as well. But yeah, that game is a masterpiece in my opinion.
I think I can relate to you as far, even though I haven't finished it, as far as those some of them feels and vibes you're getting. And I was trying to figure out what that was for me.
Yeah.
And I mentioned in the what is it? Bonus content? Is that what you're calling it? The pre-show.
The bonus content, yes.
But that's it. Okay. I said that towards the end of the game, when you're getting ready to do some of that stuff, the music is just awesome. And the music in the whole game is really great.
Mm-hmm.
I've been wondering if the music is something that really can emotionally bind you to a game, because I know that that's Persona 4 for me. Those songs and the way the music wraps it up at the end,
yes,
really creates that amazing emotional experience. And it's awesome for Zelda too, because there's that nostalgia factor in there with the Zelda music you know and love, but in just a slightly different way. That's really cool.
I appreciated a lot of the new music that the game uses as well. Like the main Breath of the Wild theme, they don't use often. They just kind of use it at the beginning of the game, like when you first walk out of like the Resurrection Chamber, and then like they use it a couple times at the end as well, like in the credits and stuff like that. I was like, man, like this is like a really great theme that they didn't abuse. And I think Zelda has a tendency to abuse its themes, and not that that's necessarily a bad thing, because some of those themes are very, very good.
Yeah.
But I appreciated like there's a lot of restraint with the music in the game. I want to bring this up to you, Nabishin. It's relevant to a recurring conversation that you and I have. We talk a lot about open world games where you don't give a shit about the world, versus like JRPGs with like world maps, where I do give a shit about the world because it feels like I got to go to every nook and cranny of a whole planet. And I was like, Zelda is the first Western style open world that I really, really cared about. And like, I think like in the conversations we've had before in the past, like Skyrim is like my go-to example, where I like in Skyrim, I spent like 100+ hours in the world, right? At the end of it, in the story, like I didn't really care, you know. Alduin was like going to Valhalla to kill Viking gods and take over the world, I guess. And at no point was that like some deep investment in the world. But like in Chrono Trigger, I really cared because like not only had I gone to every part of this world and I used my airship to fly around to all these parts of this world, but I had seen it through all these different time periods. And it's like a much more simplistic world. Like it's very much quantity over quality, right? It's not like it's a whole planet, but you don't get to see as much of it. You just get to see these small parts. But I cared about the world because I spent so much time and I felt like I got to go to these varying different places. So I never thought that like the open world game could create the same feeling that those world map games had created with me. This was actually what the canceled episode of Alex Talks was about. So it did eventually become a thing that I made. Not just for your reference, this idea that we've been tossing back and forth. But Zelda was the first time like I really, really cared about this world. Because I felt like I had spent time in it in a way that was intimate instead of just surface level.
Sure. Just for comparison's sake, I'm not. It's not necessarily apples and oranges, but like I'm just thinking about your thoughts on The Witcher 3 as far as like in comparison with this.
It's weird. Witcher 3 is somewhere in the middle where like I cared about a lot of people in the world, and that attached me to places in that world, but it didn't. I don't know if like I cared about the kingdom as a whole, right? Or the towns or the places as a whole. But there was more investment there than I think you would see in traditional Western open world games like a Grand Theft Auto or like any Bethesda game or something like that.
It might be some bullshit logic at this thought in my head, but like, do you think it's because like that's how they kind of want you to be? Like you're a witcher, you have to keep moving on. Maybe I'm just thinking too much of it.
Maybe,
like,
and like I think there's a little bit of that like kind of nomad nature to your character in Zelda as well. But like, and a lot of people have been talking about it, and there is definitely some parts of it that you have to see. That like there are things in Zelda that are super easy to miss. That like really like I had some defining moments in the last like 2 hours that I played of just like this like changes so much about how I feel about this game, for the better, of course. Of like how that world sees Link and how characters reacted to him was like really surprising.
do you mean why what he's wearing, or I'm just
no, like
I know that's a thing, but
like making him a character in that world.
Okay.
And the way like other characters will react to you is like this kind of warmth that you don't get from the like amnesiac hero story a lot.
Well, it's kind of different for Zelda, at least. Zelda games, I mean. Like this is the first one you actually don't even name your character, so it's like I feel like it's like specifically on purpose.
Link, yeah, in this game, and they don't do a lot with it. Like I don't think they go so far as to make that character like the non-cipher that he is supposed to be. In that, like you're supposed to be Link in this world. I don't think they take that away from you, but they do more with it in really surprising ways. And I'm because you're in like that final section of the game, Dustin. So maybe we can talk a little bit off mic about just the things I found there that really took things to the next level.
Yeah,
for me,
and especially because like like what almost no, it was around E3 where we're like discussing about like Link is like because we were always saying like you pick between a man and a woman now because Link is just an avatar. Like you don't really need like you don't really need to be like a specific gender to be like doing this story, which is still kind of true, but like
Yeah.
I feel like they characterized him enough in almost like a Shepherd kind of way.
Yes.
To like make you like feel for this character.
They justify it in little ways. Like maybe it doesn't like completely justify it, but they at least make strides in that direction. I think. So that it is not just completely arbitrary that you can't be a female character. But I was very happy with the stuff that they did. That game's very good.
Is that Arrow Girl thing as good as everybody's hyping it up to be?
What Arago thing?
Arrow Girl. I think there was.
It is just like literally one throwaway thing, and it's very funny.
Okay, I was curious. Okay.
You have access to see like the thing. It's just one like kind of like 2 lines of written dialogue that is just very funny.
Okay.
But there's more than just that to make this game very horny. I'll say that much. Apparently, every character in the game has a unique line of dialogue to say to you if you talk to them when you're not wearing any clothes. Makes me want to go through and just talk to everyone naked. So, but I don't know. Game good. Dustin, what else have you been playing?
So let's see.
We'll save Mass Effect for the last. I'll say that.
I mean, mainly just Zelda. I mean, I see we're going to talk about Shovel Knight at one point because I've been playing that.
Okay.
The Spectre of Torment, which is just real good.
Yeah. It's real good.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to talk about it now just together?
Sure. I don't know where you're at with it. I think I've done like half of the things.
Oh, you're way further than me. I've only done 2 levels. So
okay.
I've just been doing it here and there. Okay. And it's great. I love it. It's great, especially because I wasn't really a fan of what was the last one?
Not Spectre of Torment. Plague of Shadows.
Plague of Shadows. I don't think Plague of Shadows was bad, but something about the movement and the combat just didn't jive with me, I guess.
Yeah.
And so I really liked this new one. It has a really good flow. And it seems like they put a lot of extra TLC into it. It almost feels like it could have been its own game, really. And I mean, they are releasing it piecemeal, right? You can get it for $10 separate, but this really could have been its own $25 release.
Yeah. I think I'm like in the similar boat with you. Like I thought the Plague of Shadows, the stuff they did with movement was cool, but it never clicked with me. I didn't want to keep playing it. Like not because it was bad by any means. It was just like I played a couple levels and I'm like, okay. And I walked away from it. But Spectre of Torment has been pulling me in more. I'll say that much. And it's fun. Like it's fast. Like it's based around like a lot faster mechanic than like wall jumps, like Plague of Shadows was. And Shovel Knight is like the baseline. Shovel Knight is pretty like medium speed. So I like it. I plan on reviewing it at some point. But it loses a little bit of the heart and soul of what I really liked about Shovel Knight. There's no world map. You don't get like the kind of like random encounters that you would run into like Mario 3 style.
Yeah.
On the world map, which is kind of a bummer. You can't like. There's no multiple towns. There's no Tropical King. So you just like go to a mirror and then pick the stage you want to go to. It's cool that you can go to any stage in the game right from the get-go. But it's just kind of like, those little things about those little homages to Mario 3 in Shovel Knight. Were some of my favorite parts about that game. Because I love Mario 3 so much. So like it's essentially the game with that all removed, which is kind of a bummer. But it's fun, it's fast, and it some of the music remixes are very good.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying the way it's telling the story as well. It's very cool. So it's a prequel to Shovel Knight, but you get some of the origin story of Plague Knight as well. And so I've started to
Spectre Knight.
Spectre Knight. Yeah, Spectre Knight.
Sorry, I've been saying that in my head like all the time. So
yeah. So it's been interesting seeing that background story and how it's told. It's very cool.
Yeah.
And Yacht Club is just like killing it.
Yeah.
And I really honestly like, part of me, I think they should take a break with Shovel Knight, even though I would love to see a Shovel Knight 2 at some point. But man, I just want to see something totally new from them. I can't wait to see. I mean, you'd think that they're working on it now. I don't know what else do they have obligated to their Kickstarter?
From what I understand, they are currently working on a new game.
Okay. And they're working on the King Knight campaign.
Yes.
Cool.
So, but I think like the priority has shifted off of like the campaigns now.
Yeah.
To whatever the new thing they're working on is. I don't know if it's Shovel Knight 2 or like just a new IP altogether. Although I will say, like, if they did a Shovel Knight 2 in like the style of like doing something like a Mega Man X jump from Mega Man, where it's like a Super Nintendo-esque game instead of an NES-esque game, I would be very, very excited to see that.
They sent out that survey, and one of the options of a potential game that they wanted to work on was a Shovel Knight and Shield Knight game, which would be really cool, especially if it was co-op.
Yeah.
I think that would be nice. Have you played the co-op at all?
No, I've not seen it.
It's not great. I mean, it's kind of like playing New Super Mario Bros. Co-op, where it's not necessary at all. It doesn't really add to the experience. It just could make it more difficult, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, other than that, I mean, so yeah, you wanted to wait on Mass Effect because I definitely have a lot of things to say about that game.
Okay.
And then one other game, but
we can't talk about it.
Yeah. If you want to hear me talk about a certain JRPG, you should listen to Adventure Mode this week.
Yeah. You have no obligation or you have no like Adventure Mode doesn't have to worry about it as much. Whereas I have agreed to a thing that means we can't talk about it. But
yeah. I'm under no obligation, so the floodgates are going to be let loose this week.
Yeah, I appreciate
Not really.
that though.
Yeah.
2 thumbs up from Dustin Furman though.
Oh yeah.
Tony, what about you? What have you been playing? Anything outside of Zelda?
It's been Zelda and 1-2 Switch.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been, like I said, I've been doing a lot of stuff that isn't playing video games this week.
Yeah.
I played some Jackbox Party Pack 2.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think. Disc Jam came out on PlayStation Plus. That game's rad, dude. It's like third-person perspective Windjammers.
Is it fun?
Yes.
Okay. Like, it looks weird. It looks kind of like a tennis game.
It's kind of similar. It's very Windjammers.
Okay. I mean, Windjammers is good.
Yeah. Yeah. Like everything from like, you know how in Windjammers, if you can predict where the disc is going to go, you can go there and charge up. If you grab it, then you get your super. Yeah. It does exactly that. So like, that's how similar the two games are. But like, it's a simple game, but it's good. It's a lot of fun to just burn a couple hours playing every once in a while.
From what I understand, like after Windjammers blew up in like 2015, after like Giant Bomb just made it hit its precipice.
Yes.
Like this was one of like the Windjammers clones that got the most traction, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's at least what it seemed like. And then Sony was like, actually, we're just going to put out Windjammers. So it worked out. When is that game out? Is there
Windjammers?
The PS4 Windjammers?
Oh yeah. I don't know. I played at PAX. It's done.
It's for sure done. I think they're just like working on online infrastructure. But I'm just curious because like there's gonna be an Extra Life tournament of Windjammers.
Okay.
And it's gonna be intense. Apparently, PS4, PS Vita release date is to be announced.
Oh, Vita.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be cool on Vita.
I'm interested.
Yeah. Although I've got my Super Vita now.
Oh,
it's called my Nintendo Switch.
Hell yeah.
And I'm into it. Is it weird that I might be getting ukulele on this thing? I'm actually kind of excited about that. Go ahead now, Machine. You're gonna say something.
I've been thinking to myself lately. I think probably when I get to this Nonary game PSA that's out right now, so you should go get that. The Nonary game, so I can play 999 on my Vita. That's probably my last Vita game, honestly.
Just pour one out for it.
Yeah.
But you gotta wait for Persona 5 Tomato Red Edition.
Who said that?
This was a joke that we made like 2 years ago. So
You're totally right. I just know. That's what you said. That.
it's all right.
So real quick, Tony, you said you were playing 1-2 Switch. I want to hear more about that.
Well, you
Let's
see,
dig a little deeper.
Just because I mean it's a really interesting title to me because it should have been a pack-in.
Yep.
It's $50.
definitely should have been a pack-in, and is definitely not worth $50.
I'm just like I'm waiting for the day that like it's gonna start its Amazon price fall. You know,
Sure.
I mean, I'm guessing it's still in demand because it's one of the 4 retail games or whatever that's available. But I'm very curious.
Well, the thing is, like, all the Switch games, and this is based off of the 2 GameStops that I've been in the last 3 days, they have tons of all the games, but none of the consoles. Like, the GameStop where I bought my Switch has, like, 100 copies of Zelda in the back or whatever. And no Switches, obviously. So, I don't know how much it's either not in demand because people are only buying a Switch and Zelda, or they're just shipped so many of them. But as far as that, like the actual game goes, I mean, you can milk in there.
How many mini games is it?
I think it's 36 or 26, one of those two.
Okay. I think it's 36. I feel like
might
it was
be
in the 30s.
Yeah, I feel like it's 36.
What
There's
is the
some
best one?
The best one is Milk.
But
Quick
for
Draw
real,
is a
though.
close second.
Okay.
Fake Draw is pretty good. Wizard is pretty good.
What about the one with the sword?
Sword Fight kind of sucks.
Oh.
I mean, it's all right.
Here's the most important question that I'm going to ask you, and I think in our friendship, Tony. How good is Danny Juarez at milking?
He actually wasn't that great at it until like his 5th time playing it, and then he got all right.
You got to get back on that horse if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean they average around 12 cups.
Okay.
Last time I played, I had around 20.
How many
He's a 12
quarts is
He's
that?
a 12 cup guy.
Oh, that's 3 quarts.
Okay. How, in comparison to Griffin Guccione, how good or bad is Danny at milking?
I don't know. I played a milk against Griffin twice, and I won both times. I don't remember.
Overwatch sucks at milking.
He's really good at the there's the one mini game that if you watch like the Giant Bomb Quick Look of 1-2 Switch, it's the only other place I've ever seen this mini game. It's like the rotation one. So you set the Joy-Con down on like its side. You have to take the strap off, and then you're supposed to pick it up, and without moving it or tilting it, you need to just turn it as far as you can in a circle and then set it down. You get to go 3 times. If you move it too many times, you don't get that progress. So like a good score is like, I don't know, like 180. You move this Joy-Con all the way around, you know?
So could you like pick it up and then rotate your entire body and then put it
Sure.
down?
I mean, if you've got enough space.
Okay.
It's all about like keeping it steady. Griffin is very good at that game. Like he can get like 400 degrees of rotation in one try.
Is Griffin better or worse than Hideo Kojima at Quick Draw?
I don't know.
It's a great video of Hideo Kojima playing Quick Draw. It's made me real happy.
When the first game we played was Quick Draw.
Okay.
When we plugged 1-2 Switch into my Switch, and I lost the first round, but since then I have never lost at Quick Draw or Fake Draw.
Okay.
So
what is Fake Draw?
Fake Draw is the same as Quick Draw. You know how they like face each other, ready, steady, fire, right?
Yeah.
In Fake Draw, they'll say the same thing, but he'll say words that sound like fire, and a random amount of times before he says fire. So it'll be like,
is this
4
like Super Smash Brothers with clone characters? Is Fake Draw the dark pit of
Bart? Yeah, exactly.
Is Fake Draw the dark pit of 1-2 Switch?
No, that's Runway.
Okay, how many clone mini games are there in 1-2 Switch?
Clone mini games. You mean like, are there like mini games and then there's another mini game that's just like it?
Yeah, but a little bit different. Like
I think Fake Draw is the only one.
Okay. All right, I'll take that. They had to bring Dr. Mario back, I guess.
So we played when we got back from Boulder yesterday, Griffin and I. Danny was leaving to go spend time with his lady. So we played 1-2 Switch. We went through a bunch of the mini games, and then he had to leave. So then later on that day, our other friend Kevin came over to hang out, and it was just me and Kevin. So we played some 1-2 Switch, and we had like just played the milk game, and then Danny and his lady came in. So then Danny played a couple mini games as well, and then those two left. And then Kevin and I played the board game thing in 1-2 Switch, like the actual game where like you're supposed to divide into teams. It says 2 to 20 players, but I don't think you can get 20 players to play that.
20 players. Well, we're gonna find out at Extra Life, so.
Well, it's because the way that it works, right? Like the board is exactly the same because it doesn't ask you how many people are playing. It's just like before every game, it's like, hey, pick one person from each team to come play this game. I don't think we played 10 games. No, we played 12 games. So I guess, yeah, 20 players. Everyone gets to play one game. If the game goes long, we rolled a lot of low numbers. So the way that it works anyway, you play a game, and then whichever team wins gets to roll or spin, and you land on a number between 1 and 5, or if you're in the lead, a number between 1 and 4, or like 1 and 5, and then lose your turn, basically. And then you advance that many spaces, and whatever space you land on, you play that game. But it's all bullshit, because if every space that you've already played a game on, if the opposing team lands or were to like go past that space, they skip it. So like, but if you are very far ahead, like it doesn't matter, because every game that you've landed on, they get to skip that space to catch up to you.
Bullshit.
And when you're at the end, it doubles how often you lose your turn. So like there's only like one thing on the 8 space spinner you can land on to win. So like I won 8 mini games and Kevin won 4, but he still destroyed me in the board game. It was crazy.
To be fair, Kevin sucks though.
No, he's real good.
No,
I mean, he won that 1-2 Switch,
boy.
so he's obviously a better person than me.
Yeah, obviously.
But otherwise, like, I mean, the video games are passable. You know, they're serviceable. It is a cute thing to pull out when people who haven't seen a Switch before, or people who haven't had a bunch of people around a Switch before, are around a Switch. Okay. And it will be entertaining for maybe 30 minutes. And then people are going to be like, all right, well, let's go do something else.
Yeah, it seems
let's
like
go play the Superior Party game Jackbox Party Pack.
It seems like a totally acceptable thing if it was a pack-in.
Yeah, like literally every time I've seen it, I was like, yeah, this should have been in the Switch. Yeah. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like it's the Wii Sports. It shows off what the Switch is good at.
I would bet that down the line you will see it packed in as well. Or
yeah. I will say that the ball count minigame, where you use the HD Rumble to determine how many balls are in the controller, is very good. Like HD Rumble, that feature for that purpose is very good.
You got to count your balls?
Like, I was able to very eeasily just figure out how many balls were in
some
that
sexual
box.
Nodding going on in the
anywhere
video.
Between like 2, 3, 4, and 6. I could figure out exactly how many.
You can tell me how many balls were in this hand.
Yeah, dude. I had 6 balls in my hand. They were rolling around. I counted them.
Hell yeah.
It's crowded, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's all right.
3's a crowd.
Now,
but
here's a question: Were you drinking when you were playing it?
No, but only because last night the only alcohol in this house was Corona, and that's disgusting.
Nintendo really wanted you to be drinking when you were playing it, though.
Yeah, well,
and that's the thing.
It drove me to go and buy alcohol directly after. So I've got it now.
I want to do a stream with me and my friend Brandon playing 1-2 Switch, and two 6-packs. And I think it's going to be great. I can't wait.
I think it's 1-2 Switch plus Edward 40 hands. I think that's
oh man,
that's the combo right there. A 40 duct taped to one hand and a Nintendo Switch controller, Joy-Con duct taped to the other.
Duct taped to the 40.
All right, how many balls are in this 40?
Yeah, dude. Let me just turn it over. Oh wait, now there's alcohol on me.
Yep. All right, I'll take that. Thank you for elaborating on 1-2 Switch, the
Of
most
course.
important game.
Yeah,
Game
dude,
of the year
this is
contender.
easily top 4.
Where does that fall in the top 10, Nabishin? Apparently top 4.
Say
this.
what?
Game of the year contender, 1-2 Switch.
Uh,
Nabishin, how about we try and knock out your games that aren't Mass Effect? Because Dustin also wants to talk about that. And then we'll take a break, and then we'll talk about Mass Effect, and then we'll go right into news. How's that sound?
Sure.
It seems like I'm laying out a groundwork for the show. We only got 50 minutes before Nabishin and I have to go play this Splatoon test fire.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna be there. I already downloaded that shit.
You can play as a team on that.
No, I just like I haven't played it yet, so.
Me either.
Well, can you play with your friends though? That's what I've been wondering. Or is it just like totally random?
I know that Nabishin sent me a friend request, but Alex didn't because fuck Alex.
I haven't sent anyone a friend request except for Barrett Courtney, if that makes you feel any better.
Hey, we're friends, but I forced you at PAX to be my friend.
Yeah. You also sent me a friend request on Switch, so
That's true.
it made it a lot easier.
See, like,
to work.
if I wanted to find that, I would have to scroll so far down on your Twitter feed that it's just not worth it to me.
I agree.
See, mine was
Friendship
friendship
with Alex is rarely worth it. So
Yeah, that's my motto.
You're telling me I've known this.
Alex O'Neill, barely worth it. What have you been playing, Nabishin? Most importantly, tell me about Nier Automata.
See, you always do this. It's like, what are you playing? But let me just say the thing I want you to really.
Because like I don't want you to give me this bullshit of like I want to talk about the stuff that I don't want to talk about first. No, let's just talk about it, man. Let's just get to it.
Your time was fucking fantastic. It's a great
Yeah.
game. It's really good.
Platinum games at their best, I take it.
Um,
I'm not asking you to fucking draw a definitive line in the sand that this is their best game, but I'm just asking like if this is a team platinum.
I mean, yes, it's 80 platinum for sure. Like, I wouldn't say this is the best that they've done as far as like gameplay. No,
Okay.
it's up there. Like, it's basically up there, but it's not like it's as it's not as optional as it normally is. I would say, like with Bayonetta, you have like various weapons and various stance, which is in this game too. But like but this feels like as far as like combos, it's more simplified. This is a very simplified platinum game.
Okay.
It's of like one of their bigger games, like a Bayonetta 2 or something like that. So
would you compare it to like in the same way I think that a lot of people said like DMC Devil May Cry was more simplified?
I don't know, because like I don't know how deep as far as the combat you can really get in this one. This one's very like I don't really know how the best way to say it, but like because I'm not trying to like diminish how good it is as far as like playing it. It plays really fucking good, but it's like as far as like maybe a combo system, I could think of maybe like 2 or 3 combinations as far as combos, and that's about it. Maybe even up to 5 or something like that. Of course, you can change your weapons, and changing the weapons give you like different ways of attacking them and like doing something like that. But it's mostly just like square, triangle type of thing. So it's like it's not too fleshed out. Something like it's like as far as Bayonetta, like where you like hold down a button and like do a combo, then like and chain into something else. So like it's not that diverse. What is diverse though is like
the 26 endings.
Yes, that's one. And just the various ways how this game just gets played after a while. Like you'll just go through like a shooting gallery, like and like it could be like something simple as like 1942, or it just turns to fucking Nigaruga, like almost like in a drop of a hat. Like as far as like switching the way you play that game.
Are both good though. That's I think.
Oh yeah, like everything about this game is great. Everything is like there's like when you switch to these different like play styles, it doesn't feel jarring or anything like that. It feels like it's like a smooth transition, and then like you're just doing this for a while until you get back to like the meat and potatoes of it. But like it still feels really good and really like really polished. Like, this game is very, very polished. In a way that I generally like a lot. But like I would say like the biggest thing for this game, like even more than the gameplay, is like how good the story is. The story is like really good and deep and like philosophical. Like it's just like this weird things that you like makes you just what you like your perception of things. Because like the people that you control and the people and everything that you see in this game, like everyone's basically like either an android or a robot. Like human society is like this on the moon, and like they're like pretty much second nature. You barely even interact with them if you interact with them at all. So like there's no like humanity, and there's still like there's no human aspect to this, but there's so much humanity into this and so much of the human aspect into it, and it's like it's so fascinating. Just like just like thinking of the concept of like how is like how do you find like being alive and stuff like that. It's basically what a Short Circuit try to go through, and like it just fleshes it out so much more. Like Johnny Five seems so much more alive now.
Yeah, finally.
No
Johnny
one gets
Five.
this reference. I don't know why I brought that up.
Except for me, when I'm like picturing what he looks like in my head, I'm like, are we talking about the same thing? But no, it like I've been hearing mostly like the biggest proponent of the game. I think that I've been hearing talk about it is Patrick Klepek. Like he's I think got a similar soft spot for Platinum that you do, and. I mean, obviously, I really want to play it, and you and I talked on Twitter about it, like very briefly, of like, hey, this is one you should not skip, but like maybe play it when you have time to play video games, when there aren't 1,000 other video games out, like June or July or something, like in the summer, which I everything I've heard about it makes me very much want to play it. So this is one I don't plan on sleeping on, kind of like Doom. Like I didn't get to play that until a little bit later. But I'm glad that I did. That's Nier Automata or Automata or whatever it is that for me right now. So, but yeah, is it like? Would you say it's more approachable?
Oh yeah, like extremely so. Even like it doesn't matter even how you play the game. Like if you want to just like play like generally just like there's so many options as far as like it's a weird like chip system in that game where it's like like there's just a general like a program that you have because like the whole game is like so immersive. Like not really a big spoiler of the game, but like it's kind of a spoiler, I guess. But like pretty much when you play that game, it's like from the perspective of one of the androids that you're playing as. So it's like a loading stream or something like that. Like that's just you actually booting up and everything.
That's cool.
And like as far as like what you can invest into that game as far as like upgrades to yourself, it's like you can go down to like where if you want a HUD or if you wanted to know what the enemy HP is like, or if you want a mini map, do you want to know what the bitching spots is? It's like this, you can like customize it any way you want to, and like even if you like go to like an easy mode, which is like an option for you, because it doesn't penalize you for going the easy route or harder route or whatever. Like you can have options to like you can like have like an auto attack or like have an auto fire or stuff like that. So like it makes it very much more approachable for like even for people who have disabilities when you can't do like certain things in that game. Like it makes it much easier for a person who just like wants to experience that story and for what it is. Like which I think I implore people to like at least like seek out like how that story like plays out, because like I think it's like a really special type of thing. Like probably like the only negative I would have to say about it really is like because it's the multiple endings, like you're going through this game mostly through 3 perspectives, And the second perspective of the game is like pretty much the repeat of the first perspective. So it's like you're doing the same thing over again. So it's like that's kind of a drag. But like as soon as you start the third perspective, it's like immediately it just like jumps off like, okay, so like what do you want this game to be? So
it was all worth it for this kind of thing.
Yeah, and like that might be asking a lot from a player, and like I could totally understand that. And even if you beat the first time, it's still good from that first perspective. But like they make it like very clear, like, hey, this is a game you should probably play multiple times, and you should get through this part so you get to the end part. Not that the second part is bad or anything like that. It's not.
It's more of the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But like when you start the third playthrough, that's when it like really opens up. It really shows what that game is capable of and what it really is. So
is this an open world game?
Yes and no.
Because like I saw like there was a tweet, like I saw like a tweet, like a promoted tweet that was just like, enjoy the vast open world of Nier Automata. I'm like, is this an open world game? What is
like yes and no? Like you're running from place to place, you have fast travel. There's like different venues that you go to and stuff like that. But like it's basically empty and dead because like I said, there's no humanity there. There's nobody really there. But there's like like a resistant camp and like various like NPCs that like you give you side missions and stuff like that. So
is it like kind of
yeah,
open
that
world in like the same way like Final Fantasy 15 is an open world, like you were just going to the places and doing things, but it also just happens to be an open world.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe not a great comparison, but that's just like the one in my head.
Because like Final Fantasy, like you'll notice something and then like you'll go to and then you'll enjoy that. Like I said, I was really wrapped into Final Fantasy 15's world, so like and I don't think that this game reaches like that type of aspect, but like not as far like I guess if you want to compare and contrast with that of Final Fantasy 15, like it was the story that got me through near Automata, where it was the world that got me through Final Fantasy 15. If that makes sense.
That does make sense. I was just like it was hard for me to picture it because when I played the demo of Nier, I'm like, oh, it's just like a series of missions like this. So, and I guess it can still be that, but also have like a world connecting them. The only other question I have, and it might be difficult to answer without spoiling things, so if you can't, that's fine. Like, obviously there are like what 5 major endings. More
like,
than 5, maybe.
More like 4 or 3.
Okay.
4.
So like so you finish the game, it's like, hey, okay, go play it again. Like, is it like linear in that like when you go through to play it again, like you know what you need to do from the get-go, or are you playing through the same thing again and you have to do something differently? If that makes sense. Like, is it like hidden in any way?
Do the same thing again, but you do it differently.
Okay, and you know what you have to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all. Like
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Because generally, you're when you're playing that game, the first time you play through it, you're playing as a 2B, and like with you have this companion who's 9S with you the entire time. So like, basically, the next playthrough is just going through 9S's perspective, and like it's just like a slightly different thing. So like when anytime you're separated, there's like all this parts stuff that 9S does that you didn't see, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Actually, like, because it's difficult to understand, like, hey, this game has multiple endings. I didn't even know you played as multiple characters, so that helps clear it up. Because I imagine if I wanted to play that game, I'd want to do it right. I'd want to see like the true ending or whatever, and play through it the multiple times. So cool. All right, 2 thumbs up from you. It sounds like.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In the Platinum Pantheon, obviously Bayonetta is untouchable. We won't compare it to those games, but in the Platinum Pantheon, where do you think this ranks with their games for you?
It's definitely one of their better games. Like probably one of their best games, even maybe even their best game because of they had their solid gameplay with it. That's been in their other Platinum games, but this one also has like a generally like interesting and profound story that like you can't really get something out like that from Bayonetta, because the Bayonetta is just fun. That's just like a fun video game, and that's all they want from you is to have that type of fun. This one is like this one's can be very depressing, and like and it can end very depressingly if you have it turn out that way.
Yeah.
So
I heard about some of like
Oh.
the joke endings, and they're pretty good.
another thing, don't get too wrapped into the weeds of thinking like there's no choices in this game. Like as far as like a dialogue tree or something like that, there's nothing really like that. So don't get too stressed out or feel, because I had that perception when I started playing this game. I was like, oh, like should it like because I was going through the option menus and like and there's like a selection where you want to like self-destruct or you don't want to self-destruct. That's like an option in the game.
Yeah.
It's not, and I'm saying this now because it's not a spoiler, because like it's not important at all. So don't stress out over stuff like that. It's not going to change your ending if you have like if you self-destruct or don't. Self-destruct doesn't really matter in this game because you're an android, so like you'll respond to another body type of thing. So don't get stressed out as far as like decision making, really, because that's not really what this game's about. It's about playing pretty much through a linear story 3 or 4 times, and you'll enjoy that for what it is.
Okay. From what I understand, there are like they do fun things with like getting joke endings as far as like using like the self-destruct in certain places and stuff like that, which is cool. I think that's kind of clever though. Cool. I was excited to hear you talk about Nier because like I know that was like one of your most anticipated from the end of last year. So I'm glad it did not disappoint. What other things have you been playing?
I randomly played Mortal Kombat X. Mortal Kombat XL was like on sale like a few weeks ago, and just like that was just something I just like I bought, and because I never played through the story mode like completely. Like I rented it and like I played maybe like an hour of it, and like for some reason I took it back, even though I was enjoying it. I took it back for whatever reason. And then like I just decided to finally do that story mode, and like I did. It's a lot shorter than like Mortal Kombat 9 or even Injustice. Felt like pretty much got to the beginning to the end like super fast. But like I enjoyed that game for what it was. Like it was really like fascinating like playing that game because like it's basically like it's pretty much Mortal Kombat the after years or something like that. It's just like everyone's all grown up, or like they have kids now, and now their kids is like carrying over the torch for all the Mortal Kombat characters. Like and it's like in this weird like playing through these like obviously like millennial like versions of like Johnny Cage and Sonya's daughter, like Cassie Cage, who's awesome. Probably my favorite character of that game. Like yeah, it's just I enjoyed that story for what it was. Like it wasn't like profound or even as like super deep and mind blowing. It, or I wouldn't say it was deep and mind blowing as like Mortal Kombat 9, because Mortal Kombat 9 that's not deep, but like some of the stuff they did
revitalized that franchise. So.
Yeah, but like some of the stuff that they did in that story was like whoa, like you really did that type of thing. So like Mortal Kombat 9 had a really good story mode. So like it wasn't as good as that, unfortunately. But like I enjoyed that story for what it was.
Had you not played Mortal Kombat X?
I played it like at release. Like I rented it at Redbox and then I took it back. So that's all I really.
I mean, like Jared had reviewed it for us, and he
I remember that.
He was so into like the actual mechanics of it that more than made up for the story of it. But obviously, like you and me, like for those kinds of games, I just really like the story mode. So,
oh fuck! There's another game. I just remember. Sorry.
Okay. That's all I got. I was just
I
still not played Mortal Kombat X, but
yeah, I forgot about Blaze Blue Central Faction.
The story of Blaze Blue's life, I think, actually. Oops, I forgot about it.
Oh no, like
how's your lore going?
It's good. Like I haven't gone back to it in a while because I've been like obsessed with Nier and Zelda, but like it was good like getting that game because I got the collector's edition. It was on sale for Amazon like $30 or something like that. But like it was good getting that game and like immediately like, oh yeah, like I'm just trying to remember everything that was happening because like it's so much shit. And in the Blaze Blue lore from the other games. So like I was trying to remember where I was at. And I was like, oh yeah, this is where I'm at, and it's like oh, and all these characters, and like just remembering all that stuff was really good. So like I barely played like maybe like over an hour of it. I didn't really have time because like I got distracted by other games, but like I'm excited to go back to it and like finish up that story. The last one, maybe. I think this is the last one of the general Blaze Blue story. So.
Arc System Works. Got to put that sheep to bed sometime. Shit, man. What else? What else you got?
I got Danganronpa Reloaded.
Okay. I'm curious to see like how it is.
I mean, it's Danganronpa. Like, there's nothing really that much different.
Does it look any different?
It looks basically the same. Just like the animation of the characters are just like just on your screen and on HD. So it's just Danganronpa, bro.
It's just like the only reason I ask is because like the PS4 version of Danganronpa 3, which I guess is being more natively developed for it, is like there's like a stylistic effect on the way that game looks. Like it's kind of like, I don't want to say cell shaded but it has like an artistic effect like that applied to the environments that makes it pop a little bit more. Which is, again, that's being made from the ground up for PS4 to some extent. So that probably makes it a little bit different. But I was just curious if they had something like that on there. Those games still good?
Yeah, still real good.
God, fuck, man. I hate you so much for calling this Destiny bullshit.
You want to give context?
Yeah, so let it be known. I don't know. I feel like we didn't say it on this show.
No, we didn't. It was like
some
randomly on
text
Twitter.
thread or like when we were talking back and forth. It was like, hey man, like I'm really excited for Destiny 2, or like it wasn't Destiny. I said I was very excited for Danganronpa 3 after the release date was announced, which was September. It's like September 20th or whatever, or in that area. And you're like, like Destiny 2 is going to come out like on the same day. I was like, no, come on, why would you have to say that? And then like this leak happens this week, and it's like 2 weeks away. It's like, fuck, shit. God damn it. And like if Danganronpa had come out first, that would have been fine, but no.
I'm surprised they didn't actually announce Destiny 2, because it sounded like Jason Schreier tweeted that I think at one point he said it was like, yeah, announcement later today or announcement really soon.
He updated his article to state that they'd heard it would be the context of what he had heard was it would be announced at noon, but it did not specify a day.
Oh.
Maybe not noon specifically, but it would be announced at this time. And he assumed it was that day, but when it turned out to not be that day, he was like, he updated the story to say, this is the specific verbiage. So, yeah, we'll loop back around to that news. I was just
yeah.
It had, of course, like the bullshit that we throw around like jokingly. This one had to turn out to be right, and it's like, how about we take a quick break, and when we come back, we can talk about Mass Effect Andromeda, and we can maybe discuss in a little bit more detail this Destiny 2 stuff, and then answer some questions and throughout the show. How's that sound?
For sure.
Awesome.
We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about those things that I said, and we will be back in just a little bit. If you need to use the bathroom or refill your drink, now is the
I need
time
a
to do it.
drink, dog.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Namaste, you here?
Yo,
Guess not. Hey, welcome back.
Alex, I'm breaking out the good stuff for you.
Ooh, what are we
The
breaking out?
celebration, some wild turkey rare breed.
Ooh,
Hell yeah, 112 proof.
oh man. The
Hell
only
yeah.
bourbon I've ever had was Bullet,
Well, it's good.
and I loved it.
Yeah, it's a very good. I don't want to call it basic because that's not the right word, but it's every man's bourbon.
It was my intro bourbon.
Yeah, it's a great intro bourbon. I don't buy it, but I have it out, and when people have it, I always drink it because it's good. But
Yeah, it was good stuff. When we hang out, inevitably, in real life again, we'll have some bourbon. How's that sound?
hell yeah, I love bourbon.
Yeah, I have I like whiskey. Although I've veered away from liquor in the last year or so, just because I'm such a lightweight.
Yeah,
That's why I've been I drank mostly beer for a while. Now I'm trying wine just to see how it is. I like wine too. But yeah, I could get down with some bourbon if I could just drink it straight. Who's what's happening?
I was asking, did you see Logan yet?
I did, yeah.
Oh, what do you think of that?
The movie's great. My movie
I haven't
theater
seen it yet.
ruined it for me. So
Oh dang it! Oh, you tweeted about that,
You
right?
did say that. I
Yeah.
do remember that.
it's fucking terrible. It was literally the worst movie theater experience I have ever had. And I when I think back on that movie, all of the poignant scenes were undertoned by the people directly around me being complete assholes. So I have no fond memories of that film.
Couldn't you get up and leave and tell them, be like, hey, the crowd in there is ruining it. I'd like to come back at a different time.
I could have, but it was the premiere and I was with my roommate and his girlfriend. It's just and I'm terrible at confrontation. So
Yeah.
as you know. But yeah, I want to say an option. We didn't talk about Splatoon 2, and I don't think we really have time. I don't know if you want to duck out at some point just to play a match of Splatoon option. I wouldn't hold it against you.
Oh, no, you could. If I took it out, anything, I would be to sleep, but that's about it.
I want to say, because I did play Splatoon 2, this is a specific thing that I know would be relevant to your interests when I played it at PAX. So I played it on the handheld mode with motion controls on. Motion controls were fine. They were the same, equal fidelity, I think, maybe more. The thing with jumping to your teammates, because you don't have the touchscreen, right? I think you hold up on the D-pad or something. And Dustin, you played the test fire, so you may know. You hold something on the D-pad, and then you actually move the cursor on the map with the motion controls to where your teammate is and hit A, and it works totally fine.
I didn't do this at all because I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't play the first Splatoon, so I had no fucking clue what I was doing when I was playing it. I was real bad.
I played Splatoon 2 at PAX, when I wanted to jump to a teammate, you just open the map with whatever button the map is on and press right or left on the D-pad to jump directly to an ally.
Yeah. So you can hit the button to open the map and move your cursor with the motion controls as well, which is what I did.
Yeah.
So I just want to let you know that option. Cool. Says a specific thing that I didn't have a reasonable way of typing in my preview. But that game seems very good. I was when I picked it up and played more Splatoon, I was like, fuck, man, I could totally get down with more Splatoon. Especially when there's less to play. If that game comes out in July, that's a really good time for Splatoon in my life. Yeah. So fingers crossed. Trying to think of anything else relevant. No, Arms is really good. No.
Arms is so good.
Genuinely, I was humbled by how into Arms I was.
I want to play it, dude.
It's good.
I wanted to play it so bad at PAX. I was talking to the dude running an Arms booth. There was no one there to play it.
Let me get in this.
And I was almost ready to be like, hey, dude, I don't need to come in the booth. I can just stand here.
Just hand me them
Joy-Cons. I'm good to go. He did give me the Arms button, the pins, which was nice. Very nice man. So
Trevor gave me a Trevor Trove pin, so I was happy about that.
I got one of those too.
Did he charge you?
He did not charge me.
God damn it!
It was disappointment, Trevor. It was my 2-year anniversary of writing every day, so he had surprised me by getting 2 Harry Potter pins for me when he was in LA with Joey and Ben and folks. He got them for me for my 2-year anniversary.
Oh, cool.
This is very sweet of him. Trevor Starkey, if you're out there, he typically watches the YouTube versions of these. I love you and you're adorable. All right. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
And we are back.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back.
I guess do I say welcome back and then someone says you welcome back? I don't remember.
That's what it is.
Welcome back.
You
Thank you. Let's talk about Mass Effect Andromeda. Dustin and Nabashin have been playing it. Obviously, Nabashin is the biggest Mass Effect fan I know. And Dustin, I don't know what your lineage with it is. Do you want to give us a quick
Very quick.
notes?
I didn't play the first one, and then the second one was coming out. And I blitzed the first one. Love the story.
Okay.
Combat, say what you will about the first one. A little shaky in some parts.
Mm-hmm.
Love the second one. And I'll say I love the third one as well. I am of the thought that the ending is not great, but that's okay with me because it's about the journey. And even though I didn't necessarily love the ending, I still love the game. And I love that story. I love the characters in it. And yes, so I wouldn't call myself like the biggest Mass Effect fan ever.
Okay.
But I did play all 3 games. Love them very much.
Okay.
So
I think you're probably at the same place that we are all at with the Mass Effect ending.
Yeah. Okay.
There was definitely like some venom right afterwards, and then like it kind of sullied into either it's fine or whatever, or the important part were like the beats along the way. Like,
and the funny thing is that the ending, like, I didn't like it, but I didn't think it was like the worst thing in the world. And it's funny. I had a good conversation with my friend about how the ending of Mass Effect is kind of like the ending of Lost, because so many people were like, fuck that ending. It
very
ruined
polarizing.
everything.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what didn't you have a great time all along? Even if you hated the ending of Lost or Mass Effect, it's like, didn't you enjoy your time getting there? Like, does that mean nothing now? But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like the when we did our Game of the Year stuff for that year, like the big, like that was the first year like Nabashin was on the show, and like we like did a lot of categories, and the highlight was like best moment was like that big moment with for Tony and Nabashin with Tally, which was the love interest, is like that moment, and pretty much every moment with like Tally's homeworld, I forget what it's called, it's been a while, but like with the Koreans and the Geth, like every moment in that like 3-4 hour sequence was like really great.
Not to dive too deep into Mass Effect 3, since we want to talk about Andromeda, but the moment for me is when Garrus is hanging out with Shepard and they're shooting the cans, and eventually the conversation, I think he says like, there's no Shepard without Vicarian, and it's I got bros for life. It was
my boy,
my boy Garrus. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Look, man, I'm all about spilling drinks on the Citadel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get loud. Spill some drinks on the Citadel. That's a classic IP bit right there.
Oh my god, it'll never end.
Yeah, it'll never go away. Kanye West, aka fucking whatever his name is. I can't even Jacob.
You got there.
I got that. It was a journey, but we got there. Yeah, no. Mass Effect 3, like, for me, like my moment of that game was like, because I had romance Liara throughout that game, was like the moment you had with her at the end was really like, that's still like, when I think of Mass Effect 3, that is the first thing that comes to my head. Is like this very intimate moment you share with her. So yeah, I think we're relatively on the same page with that. I know I'm diverging a little bit before we get into Andromeda, but like there was a really good article about why Mass Effect 3's ending is frustrating on Waypoint that I think is worth reading. I forget who it's by, but it's a freelance article for them over there, and it was very interesting. I think like it meanders, that the article itself meanders quite a bit as to like getting to the point. But just essentially the idea of like the decisions in Mass Effects don't really have consequences, right? Like it's kind of gonna kind of go your way for the most part, and then like the final decision does have like really big consequences, and it's like you're not really used to that.
Yeah.
It looks at it from a cool perspective. It's worth a read if you can check it out. But let's talk about Andromeda. Who wants to go first?
I know that I will be brief, so
Okay.
I will go first.
Okay.
If that's okay. I had this game pre-ordered because I got a really good deal on Best Buy, and it showed up on my door Tuesday, and I did not open it because I did not know what to do. I got lucky, as we were talking about earlier, because I had GameFly for a month for $1, and I happened to put Mass Effect on there, so I was getting Andromeda the next day on that rental, which was awesome because I could check it out. And boy, am I glad that I did that, because for me, I think I played about. I'm sure the game could get better, but the first 3 hours were so not Mass Effect and not good in my mind that there's too much other stuff to play that I don't have time for a game like this right now.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a big thing that has been hedged against Mass Effect Andromeda in its criticism. Again, I just to be clear, I speak as someone who has not played it, so I, take anything I say with a grain of salt. But like, there are a lot of very good video games out right now.
Yeah.
So a game that is in a franchise that is historically very good and is not, by all accounts, very good, it's a bit of a tough sell.
Yeah.
What specifically makes it feel not like Mass Effect for you, Dustin?
So, well, there's a lot of problems, but the thing is, I think that makes it not feel like Mass Effect for me, and here's the thing, I want to preface everything I say by saying that I did not really play enough of this game to get a true impression.
Okay.
So I just want to get that out there. It could really turn things around, but it didn't. The character interactions and the way the writing did not feel natural to me.
Mm-hmm.
The writing just wasn't there, I guess. But as far as not really feeling like Mass Effect to me as well, it's just that the game has like a lot of technical problems. And I mentioned this in the video. I told you that I did this coffee cutscene, the video I released today. I mentioned a lot. I did it about Mass Effect, and I mentioned that it's funny how we went through a wave kind of early on in this generation that we got a lot of games that were coming out like not ready, half-baked, with a lot of issues. And there was a lot of backlash to that. And I think this past year and a half or 2 years, we've kind of seen things get a lot better. And so to have Mass Effect come out in not as bad as necessarily some of those early current gen games, but definitely not great, is definitely interesting. And I feel like it's telling of what potentially the development of this game was like, which was probably not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's no Assassin's Creed Unity, but it's also no like Shining Star.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that like it's a bunch of little things that are adding up to make it like, yeah, the animations. I was expecting BioWare jank, right? Like something I could ignore that's just like Mass Effect 3. But honestly, I don't know if it's like rose-tinted glasses, but I feel like it's the animations are real bad, and not just BioWare jank. The cutscenes are like kind of stuttery and don't run very well. And something about the writing as well is that like it kept like fading to black and like cutting off scenes in a really weird way that didn't feel natural. Yeah, and I mean the combat was fine. Like, yeah, you got the jetpack and you can jump around, but like it wasn't raising the bar or lowering the bar. It was just felt very standard. So like I said, 3 or 4 hours is not anywhere near enough time to give a full impression of this game, but with the current slate of games in front of me and games going forward, it's like I don't know if I have time for it's awesome, but I don't think I have time for a game that's a 75 anymore.
Yeah, that's I think that's a fair at where we're at. Now, Nabishin, where are you at with it? How much have you played? I think it's worth establishing on the game.
In the 2 days that I played it, I played 21 hours.
Holy shit!
Okay,
Nice.
And
Prove me wrong,
We were
please.
strapped in like too because like you and I were talking about like taking off work for some of the games like that we were most anticipating, like taking off work for Persona 5 and you taking off work for Mass Effect. So, this is important.
Yeah.
So and you've been texting us like I don't want to like be disingenuous here to say like this is the first time that we've talked about Mass Effect. You've been texting in our like podcast group thread. And Tony and I have been like very interested, like, I think genuinely surprised at kind of some of the things you've said just about how you feel about it. So where are you at with Mass Effect Andromeda?
I mean, like, what's Mass Effect to you? Honestly,
I mean, like, in general terms, I would say it is a space opera, right? But in specific terms, to me, it is obviously it's characters, right? The crew member, especially Mass Effect 2, like, you know, and Mass Effect 2 I bring up specifically because the cool thing is you recruit a lot of these characters and then you do a loyalty mission where you get to know them a lot better, right? In a recent thing I wrote, I actually like, compared Persona 4 to Mass Effect 2 in that like it has that same trope, like the caper trope, right? The heist movie trope of you're building the team and then you're building loyalty with that team, right? So you're meeting new people and they're cool and they're interesting and then you're getting to know them better, and that's like a trope that works very well for me. But another way like I describe Mass Effect to folks who don't know it as well is like I think of it a lot like as kind of like my generation's Star Trek. It is like a very detailed and grounded universe with like that like explains the way it works very well. Like, you know, element zero and using that to create tunnels of zero mass and using that to travel faster than light. It's like this stuff is cool science that is like the groundwork for a really cool intergalactic space story or interplanetary space story. That reminds me a lot of Star Trek, of like going to the great unknown and going into deep space and finding new aliens and like the politics of interacting with those different aliens. So it is one part Star Trek and one part character story for me.
okay.
That is how I would define it.
Okay. Well, it is that.
Okay.
There is stuff where it's like it's really weird. Like I feel like if I were this to say like in most general terms, like it feels like it's almost Mass Effect 1 again, but like with all the like everything I loved about Mass Effect 1 and everything I hate about Mass Effect 1 in this game.
Okay.
Down to like checkpoints not being great in this game, which is terrible.
Yeah.
Back to a vehicle that's not that great to control either. Well, that's not completely true. It's fine to control, but it's like you can barely get on top of hills. Like it's like if it's like a slight incline, like you have to keep changing your gears to like the switch so you can climb up a mountain somewhat. So it was like in some ways it controls worse than the Mako in a little type of way. So like that's a weird thing. In this game, like when I first played this game, because like I knew nothing when I started playing it. I thought this would be more of like you're just a vanilla character in this like and like you're just like going on this adventure, but like it feels like because like you have something that makes you unique again, makes you like the one person to do this type of thing again. So it's like, oh, okay, so that's kind of disappointing, because I thought it would just be like more of like a neutral thing, but like you just happen to be good at your job. But it's like more of like, oh no, you're
the chosen one.
Yeah, you're this again. So it's like, okay, so I guess we're doing that again.
Okay.
So that's a disappointing factor. Also like for some reason, like it's like, 'cause when you think about Shepard, because like we were just discussing this earlier, like when you think about Shepard, like he's basically just an avatar, but he's an avatar with a lot of depth. Like if you want to like actually look into it, and like like it makes you feel like more of like it's weird because like you can see that Shepard is like not actually you as a person, but it's like you feel like you direct him in the way that you want him to, and it feels like generally something what you want.
You can see yourself in him in a lot
Yeah.
of ways. Yeah. My thing, like the only thing I would use to challenge that is that do you think Shepard feels as deep as he does because you got 3 games with him?
I feel like I was pretty connected with the first one as well. That's one of the reasons why something like talking to people was so addicting in like the first game, the second game, and even the third game. Where it's like I wanted to have every conversation in this game because it's like it's so engrossing and so immersive. Just like talking to these people. Talking was like the best thing about Mass Effect for me, in the weirdest way. like
Yeah.
just like having conversations and like just making my arbitrary like choices, and like that was just so satisfying. In this game, like they feel like they try to give this your writer just more personality, and doing that makes him have less personality in a weird way.
Yeah.
Because like they made him more quippy. He's more of a Nathan Drake type of way, where it's like everything he has to say has a joke tied towards it, and like it's like no, it doesn't feel right in this universe type of thing. You know what I mean? Because like any funny part that happened in Mass Effect almost felt like it happened by accident, but the accident made it actually funny type of thing. Like when like in the scene in Mass Effect 2 where like Shepard got drunk from like drinking too much too much liquor, and like he just finds himself in the bathroom, and like you don't see him making like well I just blew out my entire organs or something like that. He didn't make like a quick quippy joke before that, but like almost like every opportunity in this game it just seems like
So they have to put a punchline in there.
yeah, everything has to be a punchline, everything has to be a joke, everything has to be uh just something that's just that doesn't like feel right in this world. Like everything about this game just feels off to me.
That's like that's a bummer. Just like to speak on the humor bit of it quick, because like, and we've had a lot of conversations about this on this show. We have an entire episode dedicated to it. But the reason I think Mass Effect worked so well, like Mass Effect is like the Navy, the Space Navy, and like everyone's like very formal throughout most of it. But like that moment in Mass Effect 3 when you play the Citadel DLC and it's like we're gonna go off the rails is like such an earned moment because of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I think there's a way to do humor where it fits in a game like this. Like obviously dialogue-driven games have done it before, but like the reason Mass Effect 3 earned it was because like there is like a dourness to it. There's a formality to everything that when you have the time to kind of get to know everyone, and then like they get to like take their shoulder pads off in a way, it is like it's a relief. But I think if you're like trying to inject that levity into everything, you can't. There's no relief, right? There's no contrasting tone. It's just like this weird misshapen tone.
I mean, and to be fair, it's like the stakes aren't the same.
Yeah,
like that was like literally at the end of the world in Mass Effect 3, so that's the reason why it had to be dour and stuff like that. And this one's just like, hey, we're in a fun new trip adventure to discover new worlds and everything like that. So like you can feel like you can feel like the lightheartedness coming into it, even though there's dire situations that is happening around you. But yeah, it just doesn't fit personally. And like probably the biggest thing that I feel like for this game, like probably I feel like probably the biggest mistake in my eyes is like is that you can't control your party members when you're out on the field. It's just like they just act on their own, so they're basically just dumb AI dumb AI heard the game. Because like they alleviated that you not be able to control them by giving you the option to like switch between like any profile you want to. You can be Vanguard or Infiltrator or like Soldier anytime during in the fly, and you can just control all their powers anytime you want to. Which for some people who like the gameplay, I personally don't like the gameplay. They say like it's like a really cool improvement because the game feels like more mobility and people like that for what that is. But for me, like for someone who like generally like the Mass Effect games because like the interactions with your characters, it just seems so. This creates more of a disconnect with these characters that I'm with, and I don't feel connected to them as the ways like I feel like I want to be. There's one like Vetra. Vetra is like awesome. She's a Turian in that game.
Lady Turian, that's what's up.
Yeah. And also my sweetheart. I'll just my girlfriend. We love her very much.
We love her very much. Yeah.
Like I feel like she's like I'm just I don't know, man. Like I'm just thinking about this game and it's like
She's the strongest character of them, would you say?
yeah, no, like no, I'm just like thinking about it in general. Like I'm losing control here because I'm just like thinking about it in general. Like basically what I'm saying is like for the first 2 days that I had it, like I played it almost nonstop. And played it for 21 hours, like I said. And then after that, I haven't touched it since, and it's been about 3 days since the last time I touched it. And I don't know if I want to go back anytime soon. It just it's not a bad game. It's like it's perfectly fine the way it is, and like and I know people are enjoying it. They've been doing DMs with NATO, and like we were having conversations about like dang, he's generally enjoying it. I'm like, yo, yeah, good for you, man. But like for me, it's like I said, it's not a bad game, but it feels extremely disappointing. And like it's more the fact that like I feel like for instance, like for me, like I didn't like Dragon Age Inquisition at the end of the day, but I feel like that game was more put together and more focused in what Mass Effect Andromeda is. If what Dragon Age Inquisition was doing, you know, obviously we were playing through we played the older Dragon Age games, but they also was doing their new thing as far as like being on the platform and like all these new gameplay systems for it that like I felt really was a benefit for like a whole lot of people who like I don't think like Mass Effect got that same jump. If anything, it seemed like it kind of regressed a little bit.
Okay.
As far as like evolving the series. So
I think one thing that's really interesting, you mentioned Dragon Age. Dragon Age, I'm pretty sure, was BioWare's main studio, right? Andromeda was not made by that main studio. It was made by BioWare Montreal. And it's interesting. There was a thread on GAF theorizing about that BioWare Montreal, it could be the like just the EA Montreal renamed to be BioWare, and they've got some people from the main BioWare there now. But yeah, it is interesting seeing how it's contrasted with Dragon Age, especially.
It's so. Let me tell you, like, take you through a little bit of my trepidation with it. And Logan Moore, who's actually watching in our live chat, had a good question that we're going to loop back around to in a second. But like, so my first exposure to Mass Effect was the first game I played was Mass Effect 2, for your reference, Dustin. And something we've talked about a lot. My first exposure was them talking about it on the Giant Bombcast. It's funny, earlier this past January, I went back and re-listened to that Bombcast just to hear, because Brad was the one reviewing it, just to hear them like talking about it. And like, one of the first things I heard that got me really interested in the game, outside of like tell me about space boning, was like Brad describing when you see Garrus again, right? And again, I have no attachment to Mass Effect 1. I didn't know Garrus was a character in Mass Effect 1. But him describing this moment of like you meet Archangel, as he is known, in Mass Effect 2, and then he takes his helmet off and he's like leaning on his sniper rifle and he says Shepard, and it's just like that is such like a powerful introduction to that character for me, right? And obviously, you go back and Garrus has a kind of more quiet introduction, but then like I played through Mass Effect 1 and then replayed Mass Effect 2, and seeing Garrus again in that moment was like it said something. Like there was such a weight behind it. It's kind of like a dumb thing, but like that is so core to what brought me into that universe was like characters like Garrus. And it's just like nothing. I've heard no one describe a single character in Mass Effect Andromeda with like anywhere near the same weight. And like one of my concerns about Andromeda was that it seemed like all of your team members you had from the get-go. It seemed like you didn't really like bring anybody along the way. And that's obviously a big part of Mass Effect for me as well. I don't know if you can speak to that at all, Nabishin.
You get about half of them right away. And like the very next mission is like pretty much getting about like 90% of them, and then like a few missions later you'll get like your full set after that.
Okay. Logan Moore in the chat said, "How do you guys feel about BioWare as a developer now? Would you still consider them to be a top tier dev?" It's a weird question because BioWare is like in so many different places, literally. You know, there are 5 BioWares at any given time, it seems like.
And isn't it the doctors aren't even there anymore, right?
No, they left that in Mass Effect 3.
Yeah. They
So
left
it's
a while ago. So
I mean, I don't claim to know a lot about BioWare. I mean, I've played a bunch of their games and stuff, but I'm guessing that was a pretty big core of who they were. And not that studios don't survive after that, but they have to adapt and change. So BioWare is definitely not the same as it was.
Yeah, and like keep in mind this Mass Effect game was not made by the same team that made Mass Effect 3 and 2. You know, I'm sure plenty of the same people still worked on this, but this was like a different team. And like you said, Dustin, like the team that worked on Inquisition was separate as well. And the Inquisition team itself was different from the Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age Origins team. So, and plus you have BioWare Austin or wherever, it might be a different city in Texas, but the Texas BioWare studio that's chipping away at the Old Republic always. So like there is a lot of BioWare, and I think their potential as a developer hasn't changed. And it's also hard for us to know how much EA played into this, but like we all know that this game was taking a very long time to make. You know, it's been in development for 5 years, and I don't think like 6 more months of polish would have totally reworked this game into like a masterwork. You know,
well that's the thing that I find particularly really interesting about Andromeda is that they do mock reviews like they knew what they were putting out, and it's especially interesting that it's coming out at the end of March, the end of their financial quarter. Mm-hmm. It's almost just like this is as good as it's gonna get. So just put it out to sea, and
it very much feels like one of those things is like we gotta get this out before the end of fiscal. Like this needs to be out, which is a bummer for multitude of reasons, but like it also just. With that idea, and again, this is us speculating. With that idea in mind, it's concerning to see like where that game had gone in development. You know,
it's interesting, and I feel like and this is totally just personal opinion, but it's a thing that's happening this generation of like good enough sequels, and I think this one is falling a little bit short of even good enough for a lot of people, but like a lot of these series that were huge last generation just aren't the same behemoth titles that they used to be. I mean, look at Halo or Gears of War, now Mass Effect. Like they all have new titles out, and they are good enough, but they're not that whatever made them special is not there anymore. I don't know whether it's like a full, TLC going into the game, like people that were passionate. I mean, I don't want to claim to say that the people that worked on Mass Effect weren't passionate about it, but there's something that's not the same anymore.
Yeah. And part of that, like, in it's a good point that you bring up, like good enough sequels. There's been like a huge shift in like the biggest franchises from last generation to this one. And what I do want to highlight is Assassin's Creed, right?
Mm-hmm.
That franchise put out 2 games on PS4, Xbox One this generation, and they weren't good enough. I guess they put out 3 if you include Assassin's Creed 4.
Yeah.
And then they were like, we're going to stop and figure it out.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Dan Juarez has a few words.
Okay.
We just a couple switch bitches in this hitches. Dustin, fuck you for getting Persona 5. Love you all. Bye.
I
What
really
game?
didn't want
That
to
never
derail the
happened.
entire Mass Effect conversation, so we've been waiting.
Okay. Go ahead, Dustin.
I that completely derailed my
I know,
job.
I'm sorry, but he was leaving.
What were we saying? Hold on, it's on the tip
Assassin's
of my brain.
Creed.
Oh yeah, and I'm curious as well. I think there's some more that are tipping over, like Call of Duty this year. I think that I think it did good enough this year, and it still obviously sold like crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it's going to look like. I think that they might get lucky, the fact that they're changing it up from what we've heard. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to think of some other examples. But yeah, the good enough sequel is an interesting thing that this generation has.
So my question for you, Nabshin, and again, like we're not saying anything definitive here. Is it too late to course correct Mass Effect, or do you think, like, just your vibes from this game, do you think like this is just like evidence enough that maybe they should walk away from this?
I think they should walk away from it.
Okay.
Just straight up, like because it feels like you're trying to recapture something that was new and fresh at the time, and just trying to like just do it again and not doing that great of a job at it, or like I don't know, man. It's just it's just like a straight up bummer. Like every aspect to what they have for this game, like I wouldn't want to like re-experience again, even more polished in the next game. Like like I said, I'm personally not a fan of the gameplay. I know I'm in the minority of that, but like that's fine. The way the characters are introduced and the interactions with them, like some of them are just like cringeworthy, unfortunately, and like not, and the animations it's just distracting, honestly. Like
Yeah.
it's not terrible. That it's not to the point where as much as like you elite yourself to believe from what's been posted online, but like for instance, like every conversation you have with someone in this game, like their eyes just twitch like constantly. They never stop twitching. And then like as for every character, you could talk to a Krogan, their eyes are twitching, and a person, their eyes are twitching, and sorry, your eyes are twitching. So it's just like it's weird, just like it's so distracting that like you can't really get into it in a weird way.
I think the other thing about you were talking about the eyes. Yeah, the eyes are totally weird, but also the way that characters like stand around and talk to each other feels super weird. Like I think someone mentioned this on Beastcast that like they're always like slightly moving, like they can't just like stay still and talk to each other. It's real weird.
And like and that's what's the real disappointing thing about it, because like if you think of like how Mass Effect 1 went from Mass Effect 2 to Mass Effect 3 as far as like animation, and like like Mass Effect 1 was like what it was. Mass Effect 2, everyone was fine except Shepard. Shepard would look the only one that looked kind of weird in that game.
Yeah.
And like in Mass Effect 3, like it blew out the water of all the other games, because like everything looked so good in that game as far as like a conversation or a cinematic type of thing. Whereas like whenever they do have the close up face to face talking, because that was rare in that game. Like it feels like it was like produced well and it looked well. Shepard looked really good in that game, I felt, and like this one just feels like a total just like downgrade, almost down to like Mass Effect 1, or just like how no, even like even somewhat even worse than Mass Effect 1, because like that comparison where it's like Mass Effect 1 compared to this one, like that's kind of like what it is. Like when you compare Ashley, what she looked at in that game, to like one of the people in this game, it just doesn't look right. And like anytime you talk to an Asari, they always look like their eyes are always so wide open. It's just a real bummer.
Yeah. And like I do want to say this, like I don't think there is any shame in a studio walking away from this franchise, because like even if Mass Effect Andromeda does not hit, which it sounds like in general it doesn't, like you still made 3 really great games.
Mm-hmm.
Like and like there is such a recency bias with games, because it is such a sequel driven industry, that like it is easy to lose sight of. Like Metal Gear Solid 5 is a good example, I think, here. Whereas like the end of Metal Gear Solid 5 in no way diminishes like the end of Metal Gear Solid 4 for me, right? Even if that game has this unfinished feel to it, where the ending feels like it was taken out of it, that doesn't take away the real closure I got from that franchise, and the real stories that franchise still told. And I think the same could be applied from Andromeda to Mass Effect 3. Like Mass Effect was a trilogy that told a great story, and even if you made another story in that universe that isn't as strong, like it doesn't take anything away from that franchise, and it doesn't, like, you don't have to keep trying. You can let it go and have like it just be a thing that exists in stone that is like generally very great.
Yeah, I guess you don't need it to hold you back anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't need to like, well, we messed up Mass Effect Andromeda, but like next time we're gonna finally get it. It's like, no, you don't have to. Like you can just let Mass Effect be a PS3 360 franchise and not have that be the end of the world. And it's like the same can be said for like, you know, I feel like Naughty Dog is a good example of this. Only like they did the weird thing where they ended up making a 4th game and it was really good. But like they didn't, like Jak and Daxter didn't need a 4th game. It's fine. You know, Crash Bandicoot didn't need a 4th game. It's fine. Except we still got Crash Team Racing, I guess. And like Uncharted 4 didn't need a 4th game, but they ended up doing it right. And like that game for sure does not need a sequel, even though it'll get one. So like there's a timidness to walking away from franchises that I think Mass Effect Andromeda might actually change that, because it ain't easy. It ain't easy doing that. So
there is something about trying to get lightning to strike twice, you know, or I guess not even twice, but like, you know, a lot of these franchises, and I think, yeah, I mentioned earlier, like Halo and Gears, they just won't stop. And if they just let it go, work on something else, like you've reached the top of what these series can be. Just like let it go, because you're just going to end up making games that will never be as good as those.
yeah,
I don't know whether it's not even from a technical aspect, but I think with the time between them and how you look back with nostalgia, it's just like you're fighting a losing battle at that point.
yeah, and like it is better. I think like there's been a shift in the industry since like The Last of Us came out. That there's more excitement for new franchises, like new IP, than there was before, right? Before, like I think when you looked at new IP, it was always risky. Like if you think about like when EA did the thing where they were like, we're putting out Dead Space and Mirror's Edge, and there was like a third one, I feel. I don't know, maybe not. But like when they put out those things, like it was a big risk, and it ended up working out for them. But like you look at The Last of Us, you look at Horizon, and a lot of what Sony's doing, like pushing their studios to make new IP. Even like Nintendo, like doing stuff like ARMS and Splatoon and having them find some level of a success. And Nintendo is obviously the biggest culprit of like leaning on franchises. And they've been able to put out new IP to find some level of financial success. Like there's more excitement now for new IP than there has been before. So like if we leave Mass Effect behind and work on something new, it's probably going to be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, the new IP thing is interesting. I know it's totally unrelated, but it's going to get real interesting with Xbox and their lack of new IP.
Yeah,
period.
they need that.
Yeah.
Like, they can't be
Scalebound was the only thing they had, and it's
yeah.
it's gone.
They
So,
can't keep putting out Gears of War and Halo games forever, so that's for sure.
yeah.
But I'm sorry that it is a bummer option.
Yeah, I mean, BioWare is making a new IP, so
They are. They like that. The Mass Effect studio, traditional studio, is working on some new IP that was like a horror game. They announced this forever ago.
I don't know.
Some video game. So we'll see.
But this whole roller coaster with Mass Effect and drama has been like weird from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the way they announced it,
The way they announced it with concept art, and like it has been weird. Yeah.
How it's been like a trailer like a year, and then like not
And then,
even like
everything at the end.
yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm curious to see. Like, the one thing I will say about Mass Effect, I haven't heard anybody talking about its ending. Not necessarily in any spoiler terms, but like just in general.
They said, from what I know, is like they ended. It ended so this could be their own game, quote unquote, but it also leaves it open for like a sequel type of thing.
Of course, but that's also like true of every video game that's come out in the last 10 years. Which is a bummer in and of itself. But yeah, I just like I have no idea what point it works toward. Like I don't really know if it closes itself up. So,
I think that's yeah.
I'm sure down the line we might have a discussion about it. Do you think that I should play this game now?
It's an EA game, so wait till it's like $20.
True. It'll
In
be
like
2 weeks.
3
from now.
weeks.
Such a bummer. Rest in peace, Titanfall 2. You're still great. I love you. How about we talk about some news? That sound good? Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
News in gaming. Have you heard that before, Dustin?
No, and that's the thing is that I've listened to a bunch of your shows. I don't know if I've ever gotten this far.
Sorry, we're 2 hours and 14 minutes deep in
No.
the recording?
I'm not
It's
a long
okay.
podcast
We
guy.
never expect anyone to get past the first 13 minutes.
Yeah. That's why I just pimp everything that's on the site and then like expect everyone to stop listening.
Yeah.
You're not a long podcast guy. Well, welcome to it.
Hey, I always feel like I could do a 3-hour podcast when
Well,
I'm
you're
talking
gonna-
with Brandon,
You're gonna
but
find
we
out.
cut it off. So,
Are you feeling good? Are you feeling all right? You having a good time?
oh, I'm having a great time.
Okay.
It's a little warm in the room I'm in,
Okay.
which is weird because I feel like I've been exclusively like freezing for the past month. So to feel hot in my house is weird. But I got,
So-
I got my water bottle. I got my bourbon. I'm set. I'm ready to go. Let's get some of this news going.
Let's talk about Destiny 2,
Ooh.
which might
Let's.
actually be the name of Destiny 2.
Which is
Pretty sure it is.
Yeah. It
That
seems
logo
like it.
looks dumb.
I mean, I guess that makes sense because they don't want to make it like a Taken King.
Yeah, I will say like we've been talking about Destiny 2. We on this show have been referring to it at Destiny 2. I'm gonna be honest. I never for a second thought the game would actually just be called Destiny 2.
Because it's a terrible name.
It's a bad name because the word destiny does not necessarily merit itself to the number 2 well. It's like destiny implies one thing, and like that's part of why it was such a good name initially because of 10 years, blah blah blah. And then Destiny 2 it just doesn't sound good. And so like to catch folks up, a poster for Destiny 2 leaked out at some retailer, like literally everything that has happened to Destiny forever, which is such a bummer because you think about like the Taken King expansion leaked, not linked. Sorry, this wine's starting to kick in. Leaked
Hell
like
yeah.
2 months before E3 or whatever, like way too long before it was like officially announced. And it's like, there's gonna be a major expansion. It's called the Taken King. Here's what it adds, something exclusive on PS3. It is a Italian poster, I believe. It has 3 Guardians on it. I'm looking at it right now. You can see it on Pinterest, which I guess is where this is from, which is pretty fun.
And they're all
Um,
humans,
yeah,
which
they're
I think
all-
with
oh,
no helmet on.
Yeah, no helmet on, human Guardians holding some like gun-ass looking guns. Like there's a dude with a shotgun up front that just looks like a shotgun.
That was a beautiful statement. Some gun ass looking guns.
Hell
I like
yeah.
that.
They're guns that look like guns, dude.
And it has Destiny and then like the little Destiny symbol with a big letter 2 being number 2 behind it.
That
The
look,
letter number 2.
The big
it's
letter
so
2.
bad.
And it doesn't look great. So this is a European poster. On the poster it says September 8th, or 8th September, and something about a beta on PlayStation, referencing PlayStation first, which would be similar to Destiny 1, or Destiny the original, if I may. Yeah, I mean. This kind of like lines up with everything that we had both speculated and heard about Destiny 2. It would come out this year. It was still on track to come out this year. There would be Guardians in it, and it would probably come out in September just because everything Destiny has come out in September for the last 3 years. 2014 was the original release date of Destiny. Then the September afterwards was Taken King, and then the September after that was the Rise of Iron expansion. So this lines up. Just it's called Destiny 2, I guess. How do you feel about this, Tony?
Yo, dude, more Destiny is always good Destiny.
Especially if it's like actually better.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? Like that it's like probably like well seasoned, put in the oven, baked for 350 degrees, 15 minutes.
Last
Pull it
for
out.
10 years.
Yeah.
I missed that last
Yeah.
week. So how was that discussion? I know you talked to the Cam about like the whole 10-year thing.
Yeah, we with like the news that like, hey, we're gonna fucking drop everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, like our consensus was that if it is in service of making a better game, it is fine. But if you cannot justify that in Destiny 2, if we get into Destiny 2 and it is just the same bullshit,
And you
I'm
can't
still
do the
down,
carve
to
and
be
dance.
like I'll still play it, but very begrudgingly.
Yeah.
But like if it is the same ideas of we haven't innovated, it is the baseline of Destiny. We like still the 3 classes, still the same way weapon drops work, still the same light system, still the same look of the characters, like still the same level of customization, still the same kind of separation of hubs and levels and worlds that are not interesting to explore, and planets that feel like a level reused over and over and over again. Then like you didn't learn what was wrong with Destiny 1, and gutting all of the things that you had invested into Destiny 1 for essentially more Destiny 1 does not justify removing that stuff. But if you can create a more cohesive world, create systems and loot and all of the ways that those intertwine with one another in a way that is easier to understand, easier for people to jump into, and better just across the board, I think you can justify having to leave Destiny 1 behind.
I think that there's a lot of we have a good chance that this game is going to be improved based on Bungie's history. I think that they've done a really good job at listening to what the problems are for that game and improving on it. I mean, a lot of people left as soon as the game was done, and they came back for Taken King, and they were like, wow, this is like way better.
Yes.
So I think they have a history of showing that they're willing to listen and work. And I think this game rumored to come out earlier than this year at one point, and it was pushed
It's
back.
going to come out last fall was the speculation.
Yeah.
That they would do Taken King, and then the year following that, they would be the next major installment of the Destiny franchise.
Yeah.
And then Rise of Iron was announced, and there was some shuffling, and it sounded like Destiny 2 was delayed
Oh, that's right.
to early 2017, not necessarily even fall 2017. And then that was even pre Rise of Iron. And then Rise of Iron was announced, and it's like, no, we're going like a full year cycle between this and whatever follows the follow up to Destiny is.
I think the thing that excites me about Destiny 2 is the fact that it's not being developed on PlayStation 3 and
True.
Xbox 360.
Yeah.
I want them to take the full potential, the full power. And I'm really curious on what that looks like. I mean, obviously, Bungie is like super talented, and I don't know if it was Jason Schreier or someone read about some rumors or something that it's going to definitely be a lot bigger and more open, and hopefully less flying around from level to level.
Yeah. I mean, like, I've been thinking about it a lot this week as like this leak came out of like being able to walk from one of what are the like community areas? What are they called, Tony?
The social zones,
Social zone, like social
or whatever it
spaces.
is, yeah.
Um,
I don't know. It's social something.
yeah, social something. Like they have a verbiage for it, but like being able to just like the difference of being able to walk out of one of those into a world where I'm like just walk into the world and doing quests would like make such a substantial difference in that game. It would be night and day to Destiny 1, because when I think of Destiny 1, I think of hanging out in the tower for way too long in a very like in a space that is in reality not very big at all.
Social space.
Social space that is not very big at all, and then sitting through 4 loading screens to get to a world where I have to run for 10 minutes to get to the place that I need to get to. Like, it's just like so disparate. Like all the parts are so separated, and it just didn't make it does not make sense, especially after having played a game like Breath of the Wild, where you can just like walk into a town and then just like walk in a direction and be in like a thing, like be doing something that is super interesting. And it's not just Breath of the Wild. It's really any open world game for the last 3 years have like embraced it. Like Dying Light, Witcher 3, Heaven forbid, like Watch Dogs 2, which I have not played, but you know the idea of that like in a Ubisoft open world game. And incorporating that into like the MMO ideas that was the core of Destiny, and I think what it wanted to do from the get-go. It just like that's what that game needs, and if it just did something as little of an improvement as that, it would make a night and day difference.
I think one other thing that is really interesting about the development so far that we've heard about this game is that Vicarious Visions working on the game as well. I don't know if you've read about that at all.
I heard it. I always forget what Vicarious Visions has done.
That's exactly. I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now, and it's really interesting because I think primarily they're known for they did the last 2 Skylanders games.
Oh yeah,
and they did some Guitar Hero stuff for Activision.
Everyone did Guitar Hero stuff, right?
Yeah. So I'm curious what their role in the development is, whether they're helping them port the games to different platforms, or to get that simultaneous launch ready to go or something, so Bungie can full force work on the main game while Vicarious Visions is the ones working on making sure all the different, well, I guess it would just be the 3 different it would be Xbox One, PS4, and then
PC,
rumored PC.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it's just kind of an interesting thing, but
yeah, I'm very excited to see what Destiny 2 is. Just like, I want to know if that game, just even at its base, looks like a different game.
Yeah.
I imagine it will look familiar, but there's a way to do that, to have it be familiar and also very different at the same time. And, like Tony said, like, really, because of how much fun I've had with Destiny up until this point, I am pretty much, like, my bet of like being in on Destiny is on the table, right? They'd have to fuck up real bad between now and then to have me kinda, like really bad.
I don't know if there's an opportunity for them to do something that bad.
Yeah, like I guess outside of like a major fuck up, the only thing would be showing the game and having it just literally look exactly like Destiny 1. Like same places and all.
Do you think Destiny 2 is just the thing that just going to have to be the platform now, or do you think they'll eventually make a Destiny 3 in like 3 years or so?
It depends. I mean, obviously, in a perfect world, the actualization of the Destiny platform would be good. But if they make a game that feels both like a sequel, like standalone and independent in its own way, and also like an expansion, then maybe this would be better as a platform. But if they make a game that is like strictly a sequel and has like different zones and worlds that are unique to Destiny 2 and kind of like how Destiny 1 had its 4 areas, its 4 planets or whatever, and nothing more. And if Destiny 2 is like its 4 areas and nothing more, maybe they could justify it as like, here is like this middle part of this world, and then there will be a Destiny 3 that has its own set of areas as well. But obviously, the original plan of like major game release and then major expansion, major game release, major expansion, so on and so forth for 10 years was thrown out the window last year when they put out Rise of Iron. And all bets are off. So, I don't know.
What do you want out of the sequel? How about that specifically?
I want like the interconnected world, right? Like the social space, like the feeling of being able to walk around and have something interesting to do in a world. Like essentially open world Destiny where it's smart and it's fun to engage with, and there's more content that is fun to engage with as a team or as a group of players. Because like obviously the raids were just stellar. Some of the best cooperative experience, if not the best cooperative experience I've ever had in a video game. I think like that goes without question.
Yeah, the raids are real good.
And if they have like, if you could make a strike like anywhere near as interesting as a raid and not like terrible, like maybe terrible is an exaggeration, but like just not boring, and maybe like more intricate, like that would honestly go a long way. And more raids. That like the interconnected world, more fun to connect with other people while playing, and more raids are like my biggest three things. And like there's little stuff like I'd love to see more subclasses. I'd love to see more classes in general than the main three. More races, more story cutscenes like how they did it in Taken King. So
I'd love a story that you don't have to read on the app on your phone.
Yeah.
And like you said, we were getting that more on Taken King, but still, it's
like
interesting. My friend Kevin, who I was, part of my fire team or whatever, like he would sit and read all the cards, and so we'd be playing. He's like, "Oh yeah, this guy, he does this, and this, and there's like this legend about this, and
that's what
maybe
Cameron
they
Abbott
could
was
connect."
for us.
And I'm like, well, this sounds so awesome, but I don't want that to get it in that way, But who knows what they'll do?
Yeah, I like that's totally Cam in our group of folks. Like he's way into the lore, but I think he might like hate Destiny a little bit. But like everyone who loves Destiny, also,
As he should.
Yeah, everyone hates Destiny a little bit, except for
It's part of the course.
Griffin hates Destiny a lot, but keeps playing it. I don't know. What would you want, Tony? Anything other specific things?
No, nothing super specific. Like I'd like to be surprised with like what they came up with to make it good, but I don't know how much there is in that space to discover.
Yeah.
I just want them to like basically execute on the things that made Destiny 1 really good and completely eliminate the things that made it not that good.
Yeah.
Retool them and use what they've gained over the last couple of years of messing with the game as far as like, what they should be doing, and somehow use that and make a good game,
I'd be down if like you made it so you could walk around your ship, because I guess Destiny 2 is going to be the only game I play this year.
What if you had squad mates on your ship? You could talk to them and bring them down to your captain's quarters.
Honestly, like having like some kind of level of recruitment, make Destiny just a little bit more like Mass Effect. It wouldn't hurt, If my space games started to be a little bit more similar. In other news, speaking of leaked promotional material, possibly the new Call of Duty game for this year might have leaked. Marketing material for it leaked out in the form of a steelbook concept case for.
Do you mean to tell me
Yeah.
that they were going to come out with a new Call of Duty game this year? Because I am shocked.
I want you to sit down, Tony, because I have something I need to tell you. There might be a new Call of Duty game this November.
What?
Probably the second Tuesday in November.
That's
or the
fucking
or the
crazy.
second Friday. I know.
Is this one in space?
Maybe not. The rumored name or like just what this material looks like can't necessarily say if it's real or not. Coins it as Call of Duty World War II or World War II if you want to get very specific. Which would presumably mean it's set in World War II. Which
Jury's
obviously, yeah, the jury's out. I know it's a big stretch on that one. The last Call of Duty set in World War II was, there are parts of Black Ops that flash back to World War II, but was Call of Duty 3. Or I guess World at
World at War. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot World at War came out right there in the middle. But yeah, so World War, World at War was different because it had two perspectives that are non-traditional. I think in World War II, I think the big story that is leaned on in World War II is D-Day and Normandy and kind of like the Americans joining the fight in World War II, whereas World at War specifically talked about the Eastern Front of Russia kind of invading Germany. And also the Western Front of the Americans fighting Japan on the Western Islands near Hawaii. So that like World at War had a different tact of it. I've talked multiple times on this show about how I'm like really over the classic war shooter. Personally, I have zero interest of going back to that. I would be very curious to see Call of Duty set in World War II today, though, because it has been so long since that franchise has tackled it. Obviously, we're on a new generation of consoles now. And also, this is the Sledgehammer games. So, obviously, Sledgehammer has only made one other Call of Duty game, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, which is considered by some to be the most interesting of the last kind of group of Call of Duty games, or at least this group that's come out on this generation of consoles. So it being their second shot at it, I'm very curious just to see what they do in general, because I think their approach has been different in general, and they're kind of the newest team to Call of Duty, and they did a really good job with their first iteration. So there is room for benefit of the doubt here. I know most of us here don't care about Call of Duty. I don't know where you're at with it, Dustin.
I don't really care for the most part. I really liked Black Ops 3, surprisingly. Like, I like the multiplayer a lot, but I didn't get Advanced or whatever, Infinite Warfare, the new one. So
Yeah,
it all depends. I mean, I'll usually try it out, and if it speaks to me, I'll play it, but I'm not looking forward to it or anything.
it's weird. Like, the last Call of Duty game I played was Black Ops 2.
I loved Black Ops 2. That's my favorite.
Black Ops 2 is my favorite as well. But that came out in 2012, man.
Yeah.
Shit. It's a long time. This is 5 years ago. There will have been 5 Call of Duties between then and this fall. So
How do you feel it's going to do this year?
I don't know. I mean,
not the whole fuck Call of Duty, who gives a shit type of thing, but I feel like this seems like a little bit too Me Too compared to like Battlefield, and I think they might actually get some shit for that.
I'm sure they will.
Not the typical shit, but I mean like people not buying the game type of shit.
I think it's weird because it's kind of like the inverse this year, because EA's shooter this year is Battlefront 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Activision's will be Call of Duty World War II. So it'll be almost the exact opposite of what happened last year. So that could work in their favor if people are still on that. I want to play more classic world games or classic war shooters. So we'll see. I think it won't get as much grief as Infinite Warfare did out of the gate. Because obviously, Infinite Warfare, the infamous YouTube dislike competition between the Battlefield 1 trailer and the Infinite Warfare trailer was stupid and arbitrary. But I don't think it'll get a reception like that again. Which will work for it. And Call of Duty's approach to World War II has always been different than Battlefield's. And I think it is still very different than what Battlefield did with Battlefield 1. So I don't know. It's hard to say.
Because I feel like the audience for Call of Duty, if I were to say like most of them got into it by Call of Duty 4. So when they said go back to your roots, I'm thinking most people just hope to be modern, not futuristic anymore.
But keep in mind, like World at War still sold more than Call of Duty 4. So
I would think that's more from a name though.
Yeah, and it
imagine.
is. It's just like the exposure to that game is still higher on a numbers level. I guess things have changed now that the Modern Warfare Remastered has come out. So maybe more people that hadn't played that game got exposed to it last year. Although I doubt it. I don't know anyone that would have gone out of their way to buy Infinite Warfare's special edition that didn't specifically want to play Modern Warfare Remastered. But I don't know. It's a possibility. It's weird. Call of Duty's in such a weird spot as it has been since I feel Ghosts came out, like for the past 3 years. So I don't know.
Do you think they'll do a called Modern Warfare 2 remaster with it?
No, because I don't think Modern Warfare 2. Like some people herald that game, but I don't think it had the impact of Call of Duty 4.
That sounds like a side bet.
Ooh. We get into it.
I just don't know the stakes.
Team number 1. Well, we can think about it and maybe loop back around to it. Yeah, I just again, it was a thing of more people played Modern Warfare 2. I played more Modern Warfare 2 than I played Call of Duty 4, but I don't think that game had the imprint that Call of Duty 4 did.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if anything, I think a World at War remastered would be more appropriate. Because that original zombies mode, think about that in this game would be big.
Sledgehammer's doing it anyway, so it doesn't kind of matter.
Yeah, sure enough. Also, worth noting, according to MPDs, or on the MPD charts, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare was still the best-selling game in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
So, Call of Duty ain't no slouch in the sales department. I don't think we necessarily. I don't think this is the year, right? Maybe this is the year where it starts selling less, but this isn't the year where it tapers out.
This is the year where Call of Duty sells exactly 3 copies.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hard line in the sand. People are like, fuck World War II.
Yeah, dude.
I think that's it. Does anybody else have any other news?
I wanted to share news that I saw on NeoGAF that there was a potential leaked image of Emma Stone in Death Stranding, but pretty sure it's fake. Someone brought up the picture of Emma Stone that it was exactly copied from. It looked very real and made me very excited as a big fan.
I'm real with you, Dustin. I thought it looked pretty fake.
Yeah, well, I think my hopes and dreams kind of just got rid of that part of my brain that knew it was fake.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's definitely fake.
I really like.
We can keep hoping.
I really like the idea of Hideo Kojima just hanging out with Emma Stone, though.
Yeah, I do too.
But that's it. That's it for news. You guys want to take a peek into the mail sack? I don't know if.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm prepared.
I think we're ready. I'll double check the actual mail sack. You can be a part of the show in a variety of ways. If you'd like to email us some long form questions, I don't know what people send in emails. You can send those emails to mailsack@irrationalpassions.com. If you'd like to leave us a question on Twitter, in the more short form question format, you can tweet your questions at IrrationalPod and use the hashtag IPQ. Or you can give us a call, leave us a voicemail. The voicemail line is 404-590-1337. Nothing, Nabishan?
No.
Okay. Let's see if we got some tweets. I didn't really some came through, but people. Here's a little bit of feedback for our listeners. You guys got to get good with using the hashtag because it makes it way easier to find.
Does.
But we did get this this tweet from @Rinderblock. Just this in reference to the stream we had the other night, twitch.tv/irrational passions. For Greg Blaney, friend of the show's birthday, we streamed some Jackbox Party Pack 2. And one of there's a lot of Danny Juarez references. One of them, the prompt was in this,
How lost was Greg by those references?
he was we were catching him up. He was doing all right.
Okay.
He said he's heard of Danny Juarez. That is all he knew about Danny. So, the prompt in Quiplash was an unusual object to bludgeon someone to death with, and the two answers were a cat's tail whip with dicks on the end, or Danny's pocket rocket. So I just wanted to bring that attention. That was generally the tone of the Quiplash game that we played, the multiple Quiplash games we played. So it was pretty good. We had a good time.
Yeah, we did.
This question comes from Logan Wilkinson @LeftyLogie, LOGGY. He says, "Hey, hi, hello, big fan. Do you miss me as much as I miss you? Danny, hug Tony for me."
He did do that, by the way.
Okay, that's good. I miss you a lot, Logan. Logan's a really cool guy.
Dude, don't I know it? Stayed in the same room as that guy.
Yeah.
It's great. We had a great fucking time.
Did you guys big spoon, little spoon at all?
No. There's a respectful distance.
Y'all slept on separate beds.
Yeah, it was great. Not great that I didn't get to sleep with a beautiful man. Great that we had separate beds and I had a whole bed.
I'm sorry?
No. These are all good things.
Oh, okay. I misinterpreted. My bad. That's the only question we got. So, that's all I got. Unless people in the live chat want to start tweeting in questions right now, but I think that wraps out. I mean, we've been going for a hot minute. God knows, for the last fucking month, we haven't been able to do a podcast under 3 hours. So,
Yeah, you're not wrong.
To be fair, a lot of good video games to talk about. So, we're living in one might call it to be the best time to play video games.
I think you're full of shit.
I think, is that it? Do we want to wrap? Call it that? All right. If you'd like to be a part of the show, just as a reminder, email us, mailsack@irrationalpassions.com. You can call us 404-590-1337. Standard long distance fees do apply. Or you can tweet your questions at IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ. You can also follow each of us on Twitter individually. I am at AlFighter27, which spells just like it sounds. Nabishin is at NABESHIN 186. That's Nabishin 186. That's how it's pronounced. Not Nabshin.
How fucking dare you?
We need to draw a line in the fucking sand. Call Greg Miller one of these days on the show and be like, listen, I need you to apologize. Years of mispronunciation. You can follow Tony at Tony Horvath. Dustin, you are at Dustin Can Fly.
Yes, that's correct.
All one word.
And also, you can follow Handsome Phantom.
Oh, we'll get
just
there.
Search it. Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. All
You'll
right.
get your time to shine. You can follow the site on Twitter at IrrationalPod. That's where you can tweet your questions as well. Some other stuff, please rate and review us on iTunes and Stitcher. It helps us out a great deal. Check out the VG Evo podcast and Monthly Passions podcast as well. And IP Westcast, we're coming in. We're approaching, one might say. It's happening, Tony. At the very least, I hope it is.
We'll see.
Soon.
Yeah.
And twitch.tv/IrrationalPassions to watch our live streams. youtube.com/irrationalpassions to watch the video version of this show, including bonus content, which this week we did over an hour of bonus content for fucking whatever reason. We had to catch up. We had a good time. Tony had some Switch stories. And if you like the show, tell your friends about it because word of mouth is the best way to spread the love. 100%. Dustin, if folks have forgotten or they're just tuning in now or for whatever reason, just to reiterate, where can people find more of you on the internet?
So as I already said, at Dustin Can Fly, I'm primarily Twitter user. I'm tweeting a lot, so you're gonna want to be there for sure. As far as my gaming stuff, that's all through Handsome Phantom. Unfortunately, we don't have at Handsome Phantom because somebody nabbed that name in 2010 and has never tweeted. And I can't get Twitter to give me the name. But if you search Handsome Phantom, we're the first ones. I think it's HANDSM Phantom. It'll come out. It's very easy. I've never had any problems anyone getting it. But yeah, you can find it Handsome Phantom there. We're also on YouTube. It's real easy search Handsome Phantom. You'll find it. Where you'll find our video podcasts as well as we have some Let's Plays on there, as well as my new show called Coffee Cutscene. Very excited about it. And definitely check it out. And of course, the flagship product of Handsome Phantom is Adventure Mode, my podcast with my friend Brandon. And it's tons of fun. And it's only an hour long. Not a burn.
Yeah, it's not like disgusting like this.
No, yeah. So no, it's a really good time. It's a good show. My friend Brandon, great dude, and I love doing the show with him. So yeah, just Adventure Mode on iTunes and all podcast services, including Google Play. If you're one of those people with an Android,
we are on Google Play as well. It's
we weren't on Google Play for the longest time because I didn't even just think about it.
Sometimes you gotta appeal to the lowest common denominator. Okay, that was just a joke. I promise. Trevor and Cam out there, they got their Android phones. I'm just teasing. It's time for bets.
Bets.
Bets. Another thing that we just fucking stole right from another podcast, but it's so much fun that we're never giving it back. Just to preface this, Dustin.
Yes.
You are on my team because we are missing Scott, who's my normal team member. So when you bet for Team Flaught, which is our team name. Which, you know what? Maybe not the strongest team name, but I'm not complaining. I might have thought of it on a whim, and Scott might have said it out loud, and it's not a word. I don't know if you thought of a bet, Nabishin, but I thought of a shitty one, and we can do that.
Do it.
Okay. Parappa the Rapper Remastered comes out next week. Fun fact. I'd forgotten about that. How many? This is a classic Easy A bet. How many words will be in the most recent comment on the Parappa the Rapper launch trailer?
How many words in the trailer?
How many words will be in the most recent comment on the trailer?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay. This is Parappa the Rapper remastered. I think it's called what it's called. So when you've narrowed down your bet, you can go ahead and type it in the side chat and don't send it yet. Do you know how to access the side chat, Dustin?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
When you're ready, type it in and don't hit enter, and we will all send it together. Listeners at home, you can play along with us. We will find out next week how many words will be in the most recent comment under the Parappa the Rapper remastered launch trailer. And Parappa the Rapper comes out on the 28th, which I believe is Tuesday. Yeah, that checks out.
Tuesday.
Sounds about right. And if you're ready, you can send your bet. Okay. Got some diverse. Nabishin, I want to know what the 4-word comment is.
I love Parappa, dog.
I love the reps. I bet 17. Tony bet 38. Dustin bet 8. And Nabishin bet 4. We have the middle ground very covered, Dustin.
Yeah, that's what I originally had 12 on there. But then I thought someone's just gonna say like, "Wow, this looks really awesome" or something, and that's it.
That
So,
most recent comment, like they settled a bet on the Easy Allies podcast. The most recent comment thing was so good.
oh, the everyone loves sticks.
Everyone loves sticks. The
Everyone
launch
always
is best time for excitement or whatever. It was so fucking funny.
That was some collusion, by the way.
That was.
It turned out, yep.
Oh my god! Did we find this out in the most recent episode of the podcast or?
No, the most recent one was pre-recorded because of the anniversary.
Okay.
But like if you look in the comments of that video and look under that, and he actually says like, yeah, I'm a fan of ECA. So
Well, did you see the thing where every first letter of that comment spells out Easy Allies, and I think it's LR.
oh,
That's so good.
Yeah, it was on one of their Twitters, I think. Let's see. I think Brandon Jones did it. But yeah, I think it just spells out Easy Allies and then LR for love and respect, of course.
That's so good. Oh man, the Easy Allies community is very good. Before we settle last week's bet, I do just want to say, Easy Allies live in concert was.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. Was,
Yeah, I watched it too.
It was very good.
We should go next year.
We should.
I'd love that.
I'd have to bring you an option. It'd be wrong to do it without you.
yeah, of course.
But Brandon Jones lounge singing some JRPGs tunes I was swooning. It was wonderful. Last week's bet. You weren't here for this option. Neither were you, Dustin. So I already know who the winner is. It upsets me. Is the little hint. Last week's bet. Mass Effect Andromeda comes out on Tuesday. How many retweets will at Mass Effect's most recent primary tweet have? I bet 89. Tony bet 102. Scott bet 67. And Cameron, our guest, bet 101. Mass Effect's most recent tweet was tweeted out 8 hours ago. This is like not a pinned tweet, so it's the most recent like standalone tweet. The tweet reads, "New galaxy, new ship. I can't wait to get both a little dirty." And that's in quotation marks. And then it says, "Watch the official Sarah Ryder launch trailer." It's weird that a character gets a launch trailer. This tweet has 115 retweets, making Tony the closest.
Hey, what's up, fam?
With Cam very close though, 102, 101. It was bad bets as far as like covering ground, but it worked out. So that brings let's tally up these points. Brings Team BBC. Which, do you have a name for this today, Tony?
Babaku.
Brings your Team BBC's total to 14 points.
Oh fuck.
With Team Flaught close behind with 11 points.
Woo! I feel like you don't get that celebration when you don't win.
I know. It should be like more sad at the very least.
Woo.
But we're close. We're not as far behind as we were. Scott brought it home last week. Tony, this wins you the final word, of course, if you want to reiterate or say something at the end of this show. It also, most importantly, wins you Danny Juarez's love until a new winner is decided next week. So
Thank God.
and heaven forbid you live without it. I think that's it. Do you have anything you wanna reiterate or say or disagree with, Tony?
Nah.
Just in general, nah at the world.
Destiny 2.
Destiny 2. It's gonna be all right.
Okay, actually, I have a final. I do have a final word.
Okay.
I was just struck by lightning. That shit sucked.
Yeah. Can vouch. That's it for the show. Dustin, thank you again for coming on.
Thanks for having me. I super appreciate it. Had a great time.
Yeah.
So let's do it again sometime.
For sure. Maybe someday we'll get Brandon on this show.
Dude, now Brandon, now that's a fun time.
I feel like
Trust me.
Brandon just secretly hates me.
But you feel like you see why?
No, I'm just kidding. I feel like everyone secretly hates me until they tell me that they don't. So, to be fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I secretly hate you, Alex.
Oh, well, that's not a secret.
Yeah, you're right.
Before we close out the show, real quick, I need to put you on blast, Dustin, because this text was too good not to read on the show.
Okay, I'm ready.
I texted this to you yesterday at 10 p.m. Still good for tomorrow night? And you said, oh, hell yeah. And I said, good. It'll be lit. Any questions or anything?
I know you're gonna say.
Your response was, when it's appropriate to start slow jerking. So I'm ready to climax when we record.
Oh, and I did.
Oh, yeah.
I just kept it pretty hidden since I forgot about the video portion.
Yeah, it was under the table.
So we're good.
We keep it all clean here at Irrational Passions.
And just so you know, I started like way earlier than what we had originally talked about.
Like
so.
2 o'clock in the morning early.
Yeah, I mean it was hard. It was hard.
It was hard.
With the certain game I was playing almost led me to climax, but I held out for you, so I held it out.
Don't I feel special?
Yeah.
Save yourself for the one you love.
Of course.
That's all I got. Thank you, Nobshin, for coming back on.
Sure.
We'll miss you in the coming weeks. But you're working. We're going to hang out. Kind of Funny Live 3. If people are going to that, they will also be able to reap the rewards of their patience. Next week, Andrew Taylor's coming on. Very excited about that. Fit the Gamer. He's a host on that. He's a lovely dude. My cat peed on his bag when he stayed here next to us.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Gus.
So be excited for that. Thank you, Tony, for joining me as always. Thank you, Dustin, for coming on. I hope you had a good time once more.
I did. Yeah.
Thank you all so much for watching and listening. We love you all very much. We appreciate all the time and attention you guys give this show. Thank you to Danny Wiesner for our opening music of Two Player Co-op and our closing music of The World Is Saved. Go check out his music if you haven't already. That's all I got. Thank you again for listening. I've been in the wine, yeah. I think it was like 4 glasses of wine today, so I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your games, stay irrational. We will talk to you all next week. Now, Dustin, I need you to keep recording until I say
Okay.
you can
I actually
stop
have
recording.
I have some bad news about that.
Here we go.
So I just saw a line of dialogue that says, "You're almost halfway."
Yep.
So now I have that context and I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you're like, it's been so long. Have you
It has
played-
been so long, but
have
I'm
you
doing
been
good.
Playing Zelda this entire podcast.
Shut up.
Hate
I was
you so much.
so it started. I was just gonna climb
It's
some
like
towers.
Evan playing fucking Minecraft again.
I was gonna climb some towers, do some
Uh-huh.
shrines because I was feeling a little lacking in the shrine department.
Yeah.
And I did complete like 12 shrines.
Yeah.
And then the last shrine that I did, I climbed a tower near it, and then I was like, "Oh, there's a fish man here." So now I'm doing that.
Have you met my sweet prince yet?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's the guy who tells you you're almost halfway, right?
Oh no. Okay, different thing.
Okay.
Totally different.
Yeah, you haven't met him yet.
But yeah, my sweet prince. God fucking, I love him so much. Dustin, did you stop recording?
The lady,
no. I'm still recording.
Okay. This is
she's fiending for you.
who?
The girl who lives with Impa.
Oh yeah, Paya.
Yeah,
She's
she
so
fucking
cute.
she
So
wants it.
cute.
She's so cute. Best background character for sure. No,
Yeah,
maybe
she's
we're
great.
not draw lines in the sand yet, but you're still recording. Okay, that's good, Dustin.
Though I didn't get to tell you the slight bad news is that. So right now my recording is at 2 hours 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I lost a little bit in there somewhere because I I was looked at it, and for some reason I wasn't recording for a small period of time.
Okay. Do you remember when it was?
Yeah, usually just let us know.
I can show. It would be 2 hours and 10 minutes. Let me zoom in here. It's hard to zoom in
Do
while
we,
I'm recording.
You want to finish out these titles real quick?
Yeah, we'll figure this post. Did you like stop and then just start a new track?
I can make it a new track.
We'll figure it out in a bit.
Titles.
Title.
Okay.
We'll do titles first. If you're still in the Google Doc, Dustin, titles are all the way at the bottom.
We got
Okay, yeah,
hashtag cooking with Greggy.
We're gonna go through the titles that Nabishin wrote throughout the show, and then we're gonna pick one that'll be the title of the show.
We should get gone. Did somebody drop a hat? No puffs to give. You gonna count your balls? Spilt drinks on the Citadel. Derailing Danny. Some gun ass guns. The letter 2 and oh, it was hard.
I like. Oh, it was hard.
I love that. Yeah. It keeps the irrational passions vibe of the fact that the passions are not just for games, but for each other.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's the heart of the show, man.
Hell yeah.
Gun ass guns reminds me of my sweet gun ass guns.
Dang, dude.
That's what's up.
Dang, dude.
I like those.
Damn, Daniel. What do you like, Nabishin?
I'm fine with either one. We're good.
Tony.
Whatever you want to do, my dude.
Oh, it was hard. It is then. Dustin, I need you to do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna write down a line in bold here. This is what you're gonna say. Can you handle that?
I think so. Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
Do you
And
want me
then
to say it in any kind of way?
I mean,
Like-
I typically like leave it to your discretion if you want to do like a voice for it, if you just want to like put on your best hosting voice.
I'll just probably just do it in my best normal voice, because if I try to do something funny, I'll just end up sounding like a complete idiot. So,
That's valid.
all right, you ready?
Yes.
You're listening to Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 321.
Oh, it was hard.
It was hard.
Oh yeah. We're good. That's it. You can stop recording now.
Cool.
I'm gonna stop this broadcast. Thank you all so much for watching. We love you all. Have a good night.